close to on time. I've got about 10 minutes off. But I had started getting ready at 7. We are back to Industries of Titan tonight. I'm going to take a minute here to just make sure everything is working the way that it should. And while I've sort of let the long introductions creep back into the stream, there is actually a small story I wanted to tell. So looks like we've got our it looks like we've got our encoding options and everything like that is where it should be. But I noticed today, so Brace Herself is not available, is not the only company that's sort of available and public facing in terms of the. Oh, this is interesting. Why is my continue grayed out? I'm pretty sure this is the one. Yeah, this. I'm pretty sure ScanWeb Roby Works is the one that I started last week. Anyways, sorry. So there are a number of the people involved in Industries of Titan, which actually I should take the time to bring up. Also, I feel like yeah. That might be too loud for everyone now, but feel free to let me know if things are a little too hot. So I don't give them nearly enough credit. But here are how can I do this? I could probably get one bit down. With apologies to everybody below. Power up audio. I'll move down. But anyways. One of the accounts that I have been following as a result of sort of hanging around on Twitter and noticing a few names cropping up with related to Industries of Titan is Ben UI, and if you notice here, we have a credit for the UI designer. And this is in response to another Twitter account that I'm following, Jake Burkett, who is known for definitely having sort of survived. In fact, he's got a GDC talk on having sort of survived in independent game development without sort of a total breakout hit for years. And he's somebody who actually does a lot of really interesting data work. So he will use some very simple measures based off of people who are volunteering some data for him to try and come up with some different multiples. And so I think some of the work that he's done has sort of led to a lot of the emphasis on wish listing and such. Now, obviously, some of that also comes from Steam, but and I think I get the impression that Jake is maybe not necessarily happy with how some people have kind of taken some good practices or some interesting insights from his work and have sort of turned it into what he kind of calls these cargo cults of wish lists. And all of that's true. Like as with any data conversation, right? Usually when you are trying to come up with some measures, you introduce simplifications to try and get to the essence of what you're talking about. But the fact of the matter is especially online, people are looking for some quick answers or sort of pithy one-liners. And all of a sudden, the nuance that was present in your original analysis sort of moves away. And you sometimes wind up with people sort of claiming that you've said things that you didn't, or they don't. It's not even necessarily credited to anyone, but it just suddenly becomes this idea that was never intended to become like an iron law of a marketplace, and yet all of a sudden everybody's sort of repeating it, not necessarily knowing the circumstances under which it was made. Anyways, Jake is an interesting account to follow. I never had. I understand that he was in Vancouver and helped found the Full Indie group there. I suspect I was not. I was probably in Vancouver when that was happening, but I was not really aware of independent game development around that time, probably. So I've not had the pleasure, but it's still, first of all, makes very good games. And number two, has an interesting account. So this is a really huge scaffolding to get to a not very funny joke. I think it's a funny joke, but not a, let's say not a Probably not a joke that's really worth mining this much time out of the stream for. But Jake asked the question, what's the most ridiculous mechanic in video games? I'll start. Double jump. To which Ben replies, coins that are everywhere, available to everyone, and are mysteriously still worth something. And as it happens, there is actually an economics joke about efficient markets that says this. And basically it goes that two economists are walking down a sidewalk and there's a $20 bill lying there. And the first economist says, oh, is that a $20 bill? To which the second one says, can't be. If it was worth something, somebody would have picked it up already, and they both keep walking. So because it was Titan related, both in terms of topic as well as tone, and of course it was inspired by a member of the group going on. I thought I would share that, but unfortunately the amount of time I took in telling that joke was far outweighed its value as a joke, particularly if you, I'm sure you can infer what efficient markets are based on the joke, but needless to say, that is not always the most productive way of looking at the world. So there's my warm-up material for tonight. Sorry to make the music go away a little bit. I just want to close out the browser. All right, here we go. Let's give some time to the Moji group as well as a few. Oh yeah, I missed all the voice actors. I don't know about the system voice here. I believe you are currently listening to the system voice. Sorry. So there was one other bit of sort of housekeeping I wanted to do before I jumped into the game, which was I sort of hit a little bit of a wall last broadcast. And the thing is that there might be some solutions to what I was running into. But in the end, I sort of decided that maybe a fresh start would be fine anyway. I'm kind of okay doing that because I do tend to learn new things each stream. I learn better ways of, building up my city. I've noticed two big problems I've been running into lately have been I let pollution, I build my I call them trading floors, or maybe it's probably better to call them cubicle farms. I build those too close to sources of pollution. And while I understand that pollution is going to be a little bit less aggressive in future updates, that's still not an excuse for me to just sort of stand on the tracks and try and stare down the train that's coming directly towards me. And then the other problem is that I notice I have a tendency to sort of lurch from update to update in terms of the new thing that was brought in. So in the previous update, I was really focused on like earning as much money as possible. Because the idea of having to pay your workers, or in some cases not pay your workers, was definitely a big factor. That was a big change that kind of came in. And what's happened now is with this idea of refining minerals and isotopes and how that is really improving your ability to build certain things, it's just not practical to spend 200 raw resources to build certain objects. I'm now noticing that I'm feeling a constraint as far as workers are concerned. And I suspect this is completely intentional. Like, this game is obviously in development, it's being updated, and the pendulum is going to be swinging a few different ways to try and find that balance. In the end, you don't want to focus exclusively on money. You don't want to exclusively focus on resources. You want to find that balance between the two of them. But of course, because I'm used to playing a game a certain way, it takes me a little while to get used to the new update. And so that's a little bit of what I'm going to be taking into this playthrough moving forward. I'm going to try and hang on to it as long as I can, because it would be nice to... I haven't actually taken out one of the new sort of AI-driven rebel camps, and it would be nice to try and do something like that. But one other omission that I potentially made was there is, to my understanding, in the experimental branch, there is a button to sort of help dislodge some of these things that might be getting me stuck. And I wasn't thinking at the time. It might have been better for me to switch to the experimental branch just to see if that'll improve things. On the other hand, if you are interested in picking up this game, this is going to be what you get out of the box. So it's maybe not so bad to see to see the game as it currently is, and then we can just leave the experimental features for when the update comes. But those are a few details I wanted to get out of the way before jumping into the playthrough. And as always, there's the usual disclosure. Brace Yourself Games, in addition to being a very cool developer and based in my beloved home country of Canada and a city which I miss terribly, Vancouver, they were also nice enough to give me a copy of this game for promotional purposes. We do live in an age where a lot of companies are sort of relying on these genuine souls to, talk about how enthusiastic they are about a product and get you to buy it. And it's important to disclose those kinds of interests. Obviously, because I enjoy Industries of Titan, it is a thing of value I have been given for the purposes of promoting it. And of course, if they were to sit me down and say, it's like, all right, look, we appreciate you streaming the game, but you really don't have that many people watching you. We'd kind of like you to pay for this if you're going to keep playing it. I would almost certainly buy the game. The only almost about it is it depends on what my if I got to pay rent, I might have to wait a couple weeks. But one way or the other, I've gotten a lot out of this game. My enthusiasm for the game is genuine, but it is also important for you to remember that it is easy to be enthusiastic about a game. Sorry, I should be a little more careful how I say that. It's easy for me to be enthusiastic about you spending your money. Clearly, my tastes are going to be my own. I hope you do try Industries of Titan and you enjoy it. But it is, of course, up to you to decide whether or not this is your sort of thing. And of course, more importantly, it's in early access. So if you don't really care for early access things, you might want to just put it on a wish list and wait for the full version when it's ready to go. Although, again, I'm having a good time with it. So with that in mind, let's jump in to Scanwa RobyWorks, Plato Solutions. I've kept just in case there's something in the save file that's helpful for debugging. But we're going to start. We kind of rushed the building for the first steps in our new venture. It's been a little while, so I'm going to take a minute to see where we're at. But Codex, the roads for trucks on Titan are sunken for efficiency's sake. The precious seconds wasted while waiting for a pedestrian to cross could cost a corporation thousands of credits. I like where they're going with this. All right. So where do we leave things? We have got a very messy factory. I think I've already made a bit of a mistake. Yes, I have made a bit of a mistake in terms of waste management. So I'm going to have to address that. So we got a fuel turret. Right, okay, so we wanted to build our second base sort of in the corner here because that would give us access to minerals and isotopes. And, okay, and then we've got our kind of, I'll call this the trading floor here, or cubicle farm. So we're set up here. The problem I'm going to be running into really quickly is getting buried under a mountain of garbage. So, question number one, do I have a smokestack? I do not. How much am I generating each turn? We got 36 citizens and, just the same number of employees we started with. So we're going to be earning 28.80 a turn, 33.60 if I happen to forget payday. And I can sort of angle that a little bit better by hitting the request button. Okay, so my first priority is going to be to get the smokestack up and running. There is something to be said for, so there's sort of this limit in terms of where all the stuff can be built. I already have sort of my the area that's sort of most at risk as far as the workers are concerned. It's over here. Now this isn't perfect, right? This is a level 2 defensive turret. I would prefer to have some higher level isotopes ready to go. Actually, let me just get a quick read again on what's happening on this floor. Okay, so it's the waste module that hasn't been built yet. That's not the end of the world. Although we are going to be short on employees because it looks like we've got waste sticking around here. Although I feel like if we've got open waste receptacles, that should already be worked on. This is just a nightmare, but I believe that they're still going to be getting their manufacturing done. Yeah, this is the problem here, is that I just simply do not have enough workers running around doing what needs to be done. So what I might want to consider is just turning off some of my manufacturing capabilities for the time being, just so that I can get people people working on prioritized tasks. Eventually, I'm going to build something to convert workers. In fact, I might already... Yeah, I've already got this here. Okay. Okay. So here's what I think I'm going to do for the next few turns. Let's wait for Payday to... Actually, we just finished Payday. So maybe I just want to run out as many workers as I can. Okay, so... Yeah, I've pretty much got what I want except for the smokestack. So here's what I'm thinking. We shoot for getting a smokestack and as many workers as we can manage. And then I'm going to use that influx of workers to sort of support the construction and maintenance of the mineral node. The idea about inflating my worker numbers is so I can hopefully have enough level 3 isotopes to be able to sort of boost up my my command center. Yeah, we're actually in pretty desperate need of some better isotopes. But yeah, I think workers are going to be how I can solve that problem. So I'm going to go as aggressive as I can in converting citizens into workers, but I'm also going to keep an eye on how many credits I'm generating. As soon as we get 3,000, I'm going to build that smokestack, even if it means that I can't convert workers for a short period of time. This is also going to generate tons of garbage, but... So I guess one thing I could do is take level 2... I'll probably rip these out, but for now I think being able to get a boosted workforce would be a good start. I'm always going to keep an eye on new employees, because obviously we're already seeing a reduction in terms of how much money we're going to be making. Of course, the faster I replace them, the faster I can get new citizens in, which means I will have I'll have them earning. I might also consider removing the oh, we'll see. A lot of this kind of hinges on how quickly we can get those credits. Oops. They're sharing. So again, we're really savaging our ability to earn money right now, but until, as long as we keep... Basically, as long as I get the replacements in before 8 o'clock, I'm still in good shape. This would have been the most likely replacement, but unfortunately we're out of living space. So again, this is a huge mess. I would prefer not to have it this way, especially because we don't have the ability to get rid of garbage yet. But in the long run, this is going to help us. I will admit, though, it is really funny to see to see citizens jump in the conversion pod together. So again, the worry here now is that I'm generating too little. A new founder. Did you really think your little startup would escape our notice? We know you're taking money from the council, and we know exactly where your loyalties lie. Don't worry, we're only going to destroy your city, dismantle your corporation, and take you as a prisoner. It won't be painful, at least no more painful than no more than the pain you've inflicted on your employees. Ah, so I see you've met Bahar Karoba, founder. They are the leader of one of the many disparate and desperate groups that call themselves rebels. The council will not waste resources on this, but you have plenty to spare, I'm sure. Deal with Bahar, Founder, or risk my displeasure. Okay, so I'm a little worried about the number of citizens we have now. As you can see here, this is a little more encouraging. There we go. So that's 14 new citizens before the workday started. That should hopefully bring us back to the numbers we were hoping for. But yeah, so it's the projected earnings, which is the number I'm most interested in here. And then we can push ourselves a little bit over the edge with requesting credits from influence. So I think until we see a better replacement inside of the shipyard, I'm going to hold off on these conversions. So this number will probably go down by 2, I suspect. As long as the number inside of projected earnings stays above 3,000. Well, actually a little above 3,000 because we already had some money in the bank. But basically I want to have the projected earnings with the next work shift to be ideally over 3,000, but at the minimum above 26. This is why I'm holding off on any more conversions for the next little while until I can see a viable replacement. So yeah, 21, we're not going to be able to make 21 new workers in enough time. So 2880, not great, but we'll still be okay. Oh, 26, yeah, we're still okay with 26, but that's right at the edge of what we can get. We've also gotten a little bit of money from first of all, from requesting credits, but also from the fact that some of these people were working. So I'm not too panicked about the money that we're going to be getting. But the other one thing that's good about, so one of the reasons why you'd want to run right up against the edge of what you can get away with is that now I only have to make 2 more conversions to be able to have people, basically to be able to have my workers to get myself to maximum capacity for workers before I get hit by the you didn't pay them enough penalty. So in this case here, what's happened with the day is that I should still have enough money to buy the smokestack, which is the thing that I need the most. I'll have enough workers to sort of get the base back to the state that it should be. And of course, the bad news for them is that they're not going to get paid, but where else are they going to go? Overall, this is sort of what we want. Oh, that's a real pity. If we had the spaceport storage, I would 100% have taken that. But again, this is just a matter of being patient. Either we'll have a good opportunity to bring more bodies in, or we'll just wait out the workday. In fact, I think for now, the only other thing I would want to consider, because it's gonna be our first attack, I'm actually kind of okay having a slightly weaker defense turret. It is important to me, however. Oh wait, I can't do this because if I kill the fuel turbine, I'm not going to have the energy to power my construction. So no, we just let everything run until the workday is finished. All right, so I have a few more bodies to earn us money. Again, I'm going to let them get the work done. Got 5 more hours to earn enough to get our smokestack. There is also something to be said about the fact that I am so one drawback here is that I'm not leaving any money for repair after the attack, but I'm sort of banking on the rebels not sending us their best for the first attack. And of course, the hope is that with the extra workers, we'll be able to afford, we'll be able to produce more isotopes and minerals when the time comes. Okay, so we've hit the 3K mark. That's a big milestone for us. So now I can afford to, sorry, let's do this in the right order. So number 1, we're going to make our smokestack. Now, number 2. It'd be nice to have some extra money to be able to, just buy a few little extras, but now we can afford to max out our workforce. So if I find a ship that will allow me to go back up to 36, that's great. That'll mean that we'll still be earning 1,000 each turn, but right now the priority is to get enough workers to get sort of everything done. Now, there is a small risk here, right? I've got this big fuel turbine that's currently undefended. I don't know if it's programmed this way or not, but it always feels like the first attack, they go straight for my headquarters. It would be good for me to protect myself by putting down a turret. But I don't know, like it's kind of like a game of chicken. Like how far do I want to go on the actually, here's one thing I can do. I can buzz this down. I pretty much want to go all artifacts at this point, seeing as we've got this ready access to minerals and isotopes. So the idea here is that a turret here will hopefully be defending these 2 areas. If I can find a size 3 ship, that will work well. Of course, the eventual plan will be to get some early investment in offices and residential areas. 36 might be a little overweight for what I'm trying to do right now, but I do also have a lot of cleanup and just general stuff to do. So again, the hope here is that with the investments I'm making right now, I'm going to be able to put the smokestack nice and far away, still defend it, and just generally be able to... Oh boy. Okay, we've got the conversion that we need, so I'm going to let the battery... run down for a bit. It's better I get this done now than during a work day, so... Oh yeah, and payday's coming up soon. 10 minutes. So, 750 for you. We don't quite have 500, but we probably will by the time we need it. So, power off the factory, still short. That's actually a problem. So, what else do I want to turn off? I'll turn off the mineral... I'll turn off one of these mineral processors for... Oh, yeah. One of those mineral processors is not going to do what I need. Huh. Really power hungry. Well, you know what? Hello! Yeah, no problem. I realize I actually put a lot of I think because it's really fun to interact with the Brace Yourself. It feels weird to call you Brace Yourself knowing who's behind the account, but I don't know whether or not that's information you want public. What a lovely garbage power. Yeah, I'm trying to unlearn my terrible ways. We're upgrading the command center so that I can stick my smokestack as far away as possible. That's going to deal with the pollution problems I've been having with my workers. But yeah, I do like the interactivity, but it occurs to me I put a lot of burden on your day. Like, I'm sure there's better things to answer all of my questions and such. But I'm really okay, Patty. That's fine. I don't want to seem overly familiar on the channel, and then also obviously the Brace Yourself account is one thing, and then personal accounts are another. So I try and keep the separation of church and state as much as I can. As cool, I'm sure as wonderful as Brace Yourself is, and how you want to. I think there is value in keeping work at work. The fact that I've got my work laptop sitting beside me and just, begging me to do economic work. I'll do the economics in game quite happily, but I just have this menacing little black monolith looking at me, telling me to put in some free extra hours. Anyways, for those of you who do not know the Brace Yourself account, in addition to being very active on Twitter and having a wonderful Discord, you can follow Brace Yourself Games. There is Titan Tuesdays, where you can learn more about the game. You can see the impossibly talented and actually very good. There's something about the Brace Yourself team which seems very. They're. I don't know how much practice they put in, but they seem kind of like natural entertainers. They're actually very good at. At carrying a broadcast. But this is another wonderful resource you can check out for all of your Titan needs. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of these things. So I got to listen at a work thing. It was really interesting because they were touting the productivity gains over the course of they were talking about how counter to expectations, working from home was actually increasing productivity across where I work. It was really interesting to see someone actually point out, it was somebody at kind of like a senior role, say basically the reason that was happening is because of all of the sort of free work that was happening, all of the effort that people were putting in outside of their normal 7.5 hours that wasn't being recorded as overtime, because the meeting was entirely about sort of transitioning to a full, kind of either hybrid or telework permanently role. And I was like, it was actually really cool to see just this environment of like a fairly sort of buttoned down workplace on the verge of revolution. That was very entertaining for me to watch because I don't necessarily have a problem being a bit of a troublemaker, but it's very uncommon to sort of see that sort of stuff happen in my workplace. So it was actually really neat to somebody just put it out on the table saying, it's like, yeah, if you are basing your measurements off of the last couple of years of experience, you are effectively saying we want to make this overwork become a permanent feature. So, oh no, not at all. Actually, I've heard that from a couple of people, and I do feel a little self-conscious about it in the sense that I don't want people to not participate in the broadcast on the. I actually have a streamer who I really like. I'll take the time and mention him because he doesn't always get to. Oh, not Johnny B. Mad. Sorry. That is an emote. That is one of his emotes, actually. Johnny Big Time actually doesn't talk in chat a couple of times specifically because of the shout out thing. And I do feel a little bad about that because I'd love people to be able to come in and participate. So here I'm just getting the last little bit of upgrades in before I fail to pay my employees. Whatever money I have in the bank goes into my employees' pockets, and God forbid we have that happen. So I'm just trying to invest as much as I can in the enterprise before we have to give it all up. Okay, I'm gonna shut down the workplace / housing so that we can go without power for a little while. Actually, what I'll also do is I'll shut down the energy plant for a bit. Oh, hey, cool. I don't know if that quite fixes all of our problems, but we'll at least have a couple more workers to work on this. But yeah, I do. I think the biggest thing is that I am also conscious of the fact that everything on Twitch is always like the best ever, or so and so is the best ever, and when everything is the best ever, nothing is the best ever. And so I do like taking the time to remind people, especially if there's going to be people who are potentially watching for the first time and not necessarily talking about not necessarily familiar with the broadcast. It's always nice to give people a chance to sort of discover what their next favorite stream is going to be. And needless to say, I don't talk about how much I like the Brace Yourself. Admittedly, more Discord. I wish I could visit the Twitch stream a little more often. But I do like taking the time to talk about that stuff because it's I think one of the really rewarding parts about playing Industries of Titan has not necessarily just been the fact that it's an enjoyable game, but it has also given me an opportunity to sort of get to see the process and get to see how the game changes over time. And part of that has been to go into the Discord and see what people are either struggling with, or see kind of what their takes on the game are. And it's sort of neat to see not just the commonalities, but also some of the differences, some of the things that I don't find particularly difficult being points of difficulty. So that's some of the reasons why I like talking about why the developers are so good. Best ever until they lose 2 viewers, then it's a tick. Yeah. All right, I probably should have prioritized a little bit better. I've got this defense turret being built, but clearly we need the command center up and running so we can get this fuel turbine live. They're halfway done, so we are probably going to see some brownouts across the Enterprise. And again, it's important to remember the whole reason we're doing this is just so I can get my my smokestack as far away from the from what will eventually be the living and working spaces. Now, one consideration that I still haven't got a good answer for is that there's still the question of transport in terms of getting the waste from... I mean, there's going to be a lot of residences and a lot of offices, and they're going to be generating waste, and I still need to get them to the other side of the map. Right, so we'll turn on the generator. Oh, right, but it doesn't have fuel, so this isn't going to be powered. Ah, nuts. Okay. I'm going to have to mess things around a little bit. All right, there we go. All right, everything should be back up and running. But yeah, so one problem with the design that I have right now is that I'm still going to have to find a way to go from the living spaces to the waste. So the waste ideally is going to be somewhere, somewhere around this this area. I still got to work out a roadway, so we maybe have, roads sort of running. I guess I can't have them. Well, no, I could have them running through here. So we'll say this kind of column is dedicated for roads. The furthest I could put out the smokestack would be about here. It is covered by the defensive turret, so let's... although the problem with this placement is that it potentially gets in the way of a roadway. So let's cancel that one instead. So let's say if we put our smokestacks here, it is admittedly one closer than I would want it to be. But we still have enough room for sort of roadways around the area. We can put our, I guess, isotope. Ooh, actually, this is a lot more cramped than I thought it would be. Okay, so isotope mines here, road right up the middle here, smokestack here. Yeah, we'll be fine. Night Valian, did you see the Cloudpunk news? They emailed me about that news, actually. I was very happy to see that. I don't believe there is a... So for those of you that don't know this, and in fact this gives me a nice little segue to Night Valian, who is also a Twitch broadcaster, tends to stream a little bit later than me, so for those of you who find my hours don't exactly work for you, you may find comfort in the arms of Night Valian and his way of doing things. But Night Valian did Cloudpunk just shortly after I did it. That was a very enjoyable indie game, very beautiful indie game. Sort of in a, again, as you might guess from the title, sort of a cyberpunk sort of setting. And for those of you that didn't hear the news, there will be additional content. There will be, I think the press release said it was like a sequel DLC. But I had a lot of fun checking out that game, so we obviously don't know when it will be coming, but the fact that it was announced is quite exciting. All right. Sorry to be a little idle in my conversation. I'm just taking a minute here. Why am I being so inefficient in the way I'm doing this? Let's just take the command area. I will confess, it's sometimes a little tricky to see the command area when it's snowing, just because the yellow sort of blends in with the white quite well. Here, it's maybe a little bit of a sharper distinction, but I don't know. This is the price of some nice weather effects. It looks beautiful, but sometimes it's a a little tricky to find the borders. We're okay where we are though. So, have we paid everybody yet? Yes, we have. So I'm gonna convert that into money. All right, and we should be ready to take down these ruins. So again, this is where our smokestacks are going to be. I do at some point want to consider where I'm going to be putting the pylons and such. Let's just upgrade this to a level 3 right away. Again, we lose access to the command center, and as a result, the fuel. Here, I'm just going to do the priority on the energy pylon. Really, a lot of this is just trying to batten down the hatches for the rebels. And of course, the sooner I can get that smokestack up, the sooner we can start burning our trash and get ourselves ready for some real production. Nope, update time. I can't remember what this track is called. Visions. So I believe Vision. I don't know if Visions is the official update music, but I think the last few update trailers have played this track. So maybe I should make sure that I build like a new building that I haven't built yet whenever this track comes on. Okay. So again, I do get myself into these little traps where if I drain out my batteries completely, I get myself in this vicious circle where I can't get the command center and the turbines back on. I'm a little lucky in the sense that if I just turn off my factories, I kind of reset. It's a little bit like resetting the breaker almost. But there can be situations where, let's say that happened during an attack, I might actually find myself in a situation in which I'm not able to get my my important infrastructure back up and running again. So it's something I want to be careful about, consider like in the future. But for now, we haven't suffered as a result. Okay, let's go. It pains me to take these red artifacts, but one reason why artifacts are appealing right now is that they don't generate waste, and I'm currently full on waste. So I'm now going to take my production. We can start a smokestack. Oh, I can build 2. All right. I didn't think I had enough resources. Lucky me. It's going to cost us 1 to connect them. I might want to hold off on it. Well, no, we can defend it with turrets. So, and again, this is where this is where all my workers become really helpful. I'm assuming a lot of this idle. I'm assuming these idle warnings come from the fact that they would normally be doing cleanup, as Brace Yourself put, or Maddie put it. I've got a nice garbage carpet. Actually, it's not so bad in the factory. There we go. That's what we're really looking for. And I mean, there's a penalty to this, right? This is where my main building materials are being manufactured. The fact it's taking people a long time to move from this output module, which is going to give me basically 25 units worth of minerals to build stuff with. This is a problem. I want to get all of this cleaned up as quickly as possible. And at some point, I would also like to refine my factories a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure just having half the factory dedicated to production and half the factory dedicated towards storage is really the best design I can come up with. There was one which seemed like it had promise in terms of all of the symmetry. Like basically, if you can imagine folding this thing like a hot dog, it sort of seems like it would work, but I seem to remember the problem was the waste modules. So I'd entomb the waste modules, and I don't think there would be any way of actually cleaning them out. And unfortunately, I couldn't come up with a satisfactory sort of alternative specification, because the waste modules definitely need to be connected with the processor. So. Now, I mean, I guess like one thing I could sort of think of is to say it's like, well, if I cover the entire, the entire floor, I'm sure the waste will, the waste will kind of just go spewing out, the edge, and somebody will be able to clean it up. But I'm trying to keep in the spirit of the, of the Tetris game of building up my buildings. Oh, that's a really ugly number there. But yeah, so one thing I'm eventually going to have to deal with, I think probably the plan is going to be I'll build sort of a highway to connect the mines and factories. And I will build a highway to get me to like a storage. Like I'll wind up making a dump that's kind of close to where the living spaces are. But the idea is going to be is that the highway is going to be directed like right into a fan, so that I can have trucks picking up waste. Like I'll have a decent little train moving the waste into this designated pickup area, and the trucks will be able to go and collect the waste, but all of the pollution that they generate is going to be blown away. So like a perfect spot for it would be somewhere here, because the distance isn't all that far. I'd be able to point the fan and point it away. We can take a look at the zethane. So the main sources of zethane, I suspect, are going to be coming from these, so I'm not necessarily going to be blowing away any of the power that I'm generating inside of my headquarters. Admittedly, it's just one fuel turbine, so even if I deny it, it's not the end of the world. So overall, like, I just think that that's not a bad way of approaching the sort of the pollution and waste problem. But for now, let's connect the smokestack, because I still can't get rid of waste, and now I need to start thinking about where I'm going to be putting my grid. So I think I said this was dedicated to highways, so we'll take this one. Unfortunately, oh, hang on. If there's waste, that's a problem. So as much as it pains me to blow up something that's got useful sort of minerals and isotopes and everything, we are going to destroy this. And the reason we're destroying it is because I have fallen into my bad habits of not caring about waste, and as a result, my actions are limited. So I'm putting the pylon down here. It's still within the defense. Well, okay, it's sort of within the defensive range of the turret. I think technically a ship could sit outside and take pot shots here. I know that was a problem they were talking about in one of the earlier sort of dev streams for... Oh, see, that's so disappointing to see so much wasted. Like, there's so much overlap here. There's got to be a better way. Well, oddly enough, no, because this is going to be where my isotope... This is going to be where my isotope mine is. This is going to be where the highway goes. Yeah, overlap or no overlap. This is about the best I can... Oh, no, but that's such an ugly place to put it. Here would be better. So, I just blew a bunch of resources in a very stupid decision, but... We'll just say I took like the last 100 of the employees' paychecks. I blew it on booze. I was suffering from the hangover at the time and made a stupid decision. So here I'm kind of being a little aggressive in terms of the upgrades early on, just because I don't know if I'm quite going to be able to get the level 3 turrets. I know I don't need them right away, but if I can just start burning as much trash as possible and get this thing like going. Basically, the more bodies I can put inside of the smokestack, the better. I know I'm gonna have to like use a bunch of people to just move all the trash in there, but basically, the more people I can get inside of these buildings, the happier I'm gonna be. In fact, I wonder if I'm gonna be able to... Oh, nuts! I forgot I don't own a mine yet. All right, I got a little bit ahead of myself. That's fine though. We're almost back to... There we go. Just got myself a mine. So this doesn't quite have the range. The biggest argument for an upgrade right now would be just to give myself the range for the isotopes. But I also don't necessarily have to build it right now. And then I guess the ideal place for the mineral mine... See, this is a bit of a conundrum, because if I want to try and have highway access... Like, ideally, I'd put this as far away from the base as possible, but if I put it too far away, it ceases to be useful. And all of my potential locations are along the route. I guess I could put the mine maybe over here? because that still gives me a clear path for the highway. It's a little far from where I would normally want to put it, but it's not, like, there's no rule saying it has to be as close as possible to the deposit. Again, these are all polluting, like, these are all pollution-generating buildings, so I'm trying to keep them as far away from the civilians as possible. I'm not completely heartless, just, like, 90%. Yeah, and I still have the range. I just have the range on it, but I believe if I connect them, I'm still eligible. So we're gonna do our sort of mobile base, not mobile base. We're gonna do our sort of independent base idea. It'll have its own turret. It'll have its own power generator. Again, there's going to be highways sort of moving amongst these areas. I think the limit to the highway will be this shape for now. Eventually it'll sort of snake down to a storage facility. I mean, maybe I do... Again, I want to be careful in terms of how close I make... The biggest thing I want to try and do is whatever highway I build, it's kind of got to go straight and then down to wherever the storage is. And then the storage will be pointing... or it'll be pointing directly into a fan. Like, I want to try and have the smallest distance possible to make sure that I'm always blowing the pollution away from the civilians. Why am I building a mine when I wanted to... Sorry. I also wanted to build the... Yeah. I got a little bit ahead of myself, so... It's all well and good for me to want to build a mine here, but I did say I was building an energy pylon, so maybe I do wind up building the mine here after all. I don't necessarily have to double up the mine, but I do like the idea of having the maximum capacity. Okay, this is one I can afford to take for waste, so again, closer than I would normally want. I've kind of moved the barrier of pollution generating activity, but admittedly this placement is a little overly cautious anyway. So, okay. Gonna need a lot more isotopes. This doesn't quite reach on its own. I'm gonna need to make sure I have enough isotopes to upgrade it. But we should be in good shape. I could, in theory, right now just do the call to arms because I've got so many workers idle, but I don't really see any reason in pulling them away from tasks. Although, given that it's leisure time... Well, we don't have 10 isotopes anyway. I think the first thing I want to upgrade, actually, would be the fuel turbine. That way I don't need to knock down my power every time I upgrade. Although the same argument could be made for the energy plant. Except I need to have the power for the... Or I need to have the fuel for the... Yeah. So I should upgrade the fuel turbine first, then the energy plant, and then maybe I'll worry about my turrets. But we do finally get to turn the smokestack on. And hopefully we should... Yep, see all those workers vanish. So as a background... Actually, maybe this is one thing I can sort of say is... this is about as close as I can get to something like a public service announcement. Oh, actually, one other thing I could have been doing over that time was sending workers to mine these resources. I'll take care of that later. One of the things I have found the most helpful in terms of keeping my sanity during the game, because you do have these moments of doubt as to whether or not you're doing something wrong, or there's a bug in the game. I do try and come up with stories for myself in terms of what might be, stopping the workers from doing what they need to be doing. And in that case here, you could say, okay, why the hell do I have 20 idle workers? There's garbage all over the place. Like, why is this happening? And the easy answer to that one was, it's like, well, what they're doing right now is they're trying to get the, they're trying to get all the garbage into the smokestack. This is the riskiest possible move I can make during the wait, but I am going to throw that as a priority. I figure the upgrade's going to happen now, or it's not going to happen at all, so let's see how quickly we can move 10 isotopes. That is both lovely and sad for you to hear. Well, it's not. See, I think the biggest thing is that I know. I know I've run into cases where I suspect the game is not working as intended. I also, so the thing is that for me the fantasy actually cuts both ways, because to a certain extent, what have we done with these employees? I mean, we've ripped out their organs and have put, equipped them with more efficient Titan machinery. Now, I don't know exactly what I expect out of a worker that does that. Perhaps some of the fantasy is the fact that you've got a bunch, like this workforce that is, completely willing to do your bidding. And it's a little bit like programming, in the sense that programming is always effectively doing your bidding, and you are confronted with your contradictory instructions and whatnot. So in one sense, like the worker wrangling can be a little, it can sort of be a bit of the management sim itself. I don't think it's intentional, but like it is kind of fun to go around and say, it's like, okay, so why do I have idle workers? And like for me, because it's kind of fun to look at as a puzzle, I'm like, okay, so X, Y, and Z is probably true, and as a result, that's why I'm seeing the behavior that I'm seeing. I'm probably a bit of a weirdo in that regard. And I'm sure there's some people who are just like, the workers are idiots. Why am I doing the way that I... So, of course, what my proposal is that you, in case the current state of, the worker queue in Amber, and you make sure that this level of performance is at, like, the lowest possible wage, and that as you carry on... as you start raising the wages, they start exercising a little more independence. Or better still, maybe you want to... Ryan can email me about this. What you do is you don't make it tied to the workers' performance. Or sorry, you don't make it tied to, like, the in-game payment. What you do is you make better worker performance paid DLC. And that way you kind of ensure the, you ensure a livelihood for many years, and you really reinforce the themes of the game. It's a tricky one, right? Because to a certain extent, it is something that in most circumstances it would be, I expect the game to behave a certain way, it's behaving a different way, why are you being so dumb, game? But in another way, it's actually kind of interesting to see if I make a hypothesis about how workers are going to work, like how they're going to do certain things, and I'm able to predict, I've run into problem X because of, and I've correctly predicted it. I feel like I understand the game a little bit better, and that's rewarding for me. But on the other hand, too, like I also don't want to like try and oversell the enjoyment of that. Like, I also suspect there is a certain group of people who are going to be like, this is really annoying and I hope it gets fixed soon. And of course, I know that's why, the magic buttons being added into the experimental version and so. Uncle Cranky, how are you doing tonight? I actually found out that apparently I've got some Path of Exile stuff waiting for me. All right, we're going to do the call to arms. We've got a minute before the communists come. Overall, though, I'm kind of happy where this... So I'll just do a quick recap, because we built this very quickly at the end of last stream. I've noticed there isn't a body in this turret yet, but... Or maybe there... I've never quite been able to figure out what happens. Sometimes the turrets, like, activate, but the gun bit doesn't sort of stick out. There was one playthrough I was doing where they never got... they never got populated, but as long as the rebels don't show up, I am curious to see if this takes a particularly long time. So see, there's somebody walking in. There we go. Yeah. So this is sort of a better example of what I talk about in terms of worker behavior. Like, I'm looking at this, I'm saying, it's like, okay, I know I've had problems where like the workers don't go into the turrets, but maybe I'm just being impatient. And sure enough, you see one of these jolly little people with no soul running into a turret and getting ready to shoot the people who want to emancipate them. I say that, but I mean, I see the rebels shooting civilian structures. So I think this is an example of everybody sucks here rather than there being good guys and bad guys. I actually broke my habit of reading the codices during the... is it codices? No, I guess it would be there's one collection of knowledge, so a single codex. And what I'm reading are codex entries rather than individual codices. Completely moot point. We'll turn off this defense turret. Oh! Yep, they are just outside of range. I don't think there's anything I can do about this. So here's an interesting experiment. This is my interesting experiment with the first one. Can we generate enough mineral? I mean, I knew this was a risk setting it up. Can we generate enough minerals and build a defensive turret to take these guys down before we lose the trading floor? We have to wait for level 3 minerals. We already prioritized emptying minerals, so we're about as efficient as we can get with this. That's funny. This is actually one of the first times I've been like I've gotten into the bad habit of ignoring it. Okay, this is a little bit of a bummer. We've got a level 2 just sitting there waiting to be put into the input. Okay, we got one in the output. We'll just fast forward it. We've got 15, so we just need one more. And as soon as we get, there's a bunch of people just sitting in that office saying, you know, you're going to be in big trouble as soon as we're done building this thing. Maybe we can do some repairs while it's... I also should make sure that it's connected to the grid, so... Yeah, I can put one here. It'll work. So of course this is the drawback of connecting. Again, if I lose this building, it's not really all that bad, because I can just sort of rebuild other things. I would like to hang on to it, though, so that I can... basically so that I can finance the acquisition of office and residential space. So, like, I'd like to be the one to bulldoze this, not the rebels. I guess we can turn this one off. Every dollar of repair is coming out of your paychecks, workers. I realize this is an incredibly cheesy way of dealing with the rebels too, but they do not yet have a Death Star, so I'm gonna take advantage of that fact. Alright, so I'm gonna turn this thing on just in case they start attacking the defensive turret. That'll probably bring them within range. Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but... Good lord. Man, this is definite. The Freedom K1 is definitely the tutorial ship. Our rate of repair is faster than its ability to damage us, so I'm kind of abusing the generosity of the game. Here's an interesting idea. So could I just render the rebels I'm not going to try this, but I'm wondering if I could render the rebels completely powerless if I sort of set up a sacrificial building like this, and I basically constantly repaired the factory as opposed to setting up defensive positions. I mean, like, at that point I just say, well, why don't I just go play Zen mode? But like, I'm wondering if I would be able to like mess with the rebels by just sort of saying, it's like, oh man, you know, the Freedom K1, I don't know how we're ever going to be able to deal with that, guys. You know, oh no, please don't send your big fleets, and just, you know, kind of have like a Potemkin village set up where it's like, it really feels like this is kind of the Zed team that the rebels just sent here, and like they're probably just, you know, they're taking out these cardboard factories. It's like, oh man, we are owning these capitalists. In the meantime, you know, we're busy polluting and, you know, destroying the landscape and otherwise just being jerks. You know, because they're getting these really enthusiastic reports from the front, from the Freedom K1, they never bother to send any other fleets. That's probably you know, something I will try on my own time, but this is a delightful fantasy I really want to live through. So, but again, like, this is one of these questions, or this is one of these cases where, like, why would I actually do that? Because, you know, the game already gives me an option to get rid of the rebels. It's called Zen mode. I actually think the rebels add something interesting in this game. They give me a reason to be building certain things at certain times. A little bit like how if you play a you know, real-time strategy game, it's fun to build bases, but if you only focus on building bases, you know, it becomes very tedious. Like, I'm sure if you've ever played, you know, an online game, if it goes on for like an hour, you just kind of, at this point, you just want to like surrender so that you can get on with your day. With certain exceptions, like Civilization is something you probably expect to spend some time in, but as generally, if you're doing something, if you're doing a multiplayer game that takes an hour, you are either really invested in the outcome, or you are just miserable and waiting for the pain to stop. But anyways, in this case here, the presence of the rebels is interesting because, you know, you can ask yourself the question, like, why would I direct resources of the startup from, you know, productive uses, i.e. building factories, mines, getting sort of an electrical grid around? And the answer to that question is because if you don't, you know, the rebels are going to come and take all of your toys. And that's a pretty good motivator for me. So I put this on the waste just to see how efficient my workers are at getting rid of the waste from certain areas. We've got leisure time, so when we get up to 10 isotopes, I'm going to try and upgrade the smokestack again. But yeah, so in this case here, like, the presence of the rebels gives me a reason to sort of have my city be shaped by circumstance. And this is interesting. Comrade Ahai is just purging the useful idiots. One of the things that I can say that's neat about this one is that in the city that I live now, actually started as a fort. It was a defensive position. In fact, the government building here, I live in Ottawa, so this is like, it's Canada's capital, and the Parliament is sort of built at the edge of this really sheer cliff face. Maybe cliff face is maybe a bit extreme, but like basically like if you think about where you would want to defend in a war, it's actually a really good position for it. You've got kind of one area where the bad guys can be coming from. And there's a lot of cities that have those origins. A lot of the places we live are shaped because of very practical considerations, such as, you know, how do you get stuff from A to B? That stuff possibly being something that's military. And so in this case here, some decisions in terms of the way that your city is going to be shaped, in this case, the Industries of Titan City, is going to be shaped not necessarily by what ideal planning looks like, but just the practical considerations of there are people who want to blow up our hard work and, you know, We don't want that to happen, and so we're going to put up these defensive fortifications. And of course, they have consequences too. There's minus 200 livability when you're near a turret. It's kind of interesting to me to look at this factory. So in this case, it's plus 17 livability. I'm actually not quite sure why. Okay, so the Zethane is making it less livable. That's actually good to know. I didn't realize. The defense turret is still minus 17. So like as long as I am defended by a defense turret, and this one isn't very well defended, this is not an ideal place to live. Apparently it's better to have like a battleship kind of fly over your house every once in a while rather than have a defense turret. So again, you've got some consequences here in terms of where people are going to be wanting to live, and where what jobs get filled. One thing I am going to say right now, because the happiness, like, I don't think happiness does anything other than just sort of say where your citizens are going to go. I could live with having a defensive turret just set up right beside this factory, which is sort of where all the residences and workplaces are. And it's like, right now the question is, well, what are you guys going to do about it? But I'm assuming, like with Population Sim 2.0, there's probably going to be other consequences in terms of having unhappy workers. And so you now have a trade-off of saying, well, how much do you want to invest in defense? And maybe you want to put other amenities like a council monument nearby just to make sure that people are still going to be productive. And again, you don't live in Zen mode. You might live in sort of a first best world where you're sort of able to make the cyberpunk dystopia of your dreams. But in the case of, a game where you have the risk of rebels come after you, you're going to wind up having a city that's shaped by necessity. And as a result, I just tend to think that those ones look inherently more interesting. Well, I mean, Parliament already has got a lot of construction running around. Actually, I mean, the funniest thing is that one of the dumpsters, as part of that construction, actually caught fire. So pretty much the newspapers wrote themselves when there's a dumpster fire at Parliament, quite literally in this case. Yeah, actually, like all of the interesting places in Ottawa are basically torn up and have... I've only finally been able to see... Yes, I am such a nerd. I have a favorite Canadian Prime Minister, Lester B. Pearson. I had been living here a couple of years before I finally got to see the statue of Lester B. Pearson. I got to see his Nobel Prize at Global Affairs, which was neat. I think it's at the Museum of History now, which is obviously... actually, maybe it's reopened now. We're probably going to go back into another lockdown, so I haven't been going to the museum. I've been paying my membership because I figure, it's a shame that I'm not getting the money's worth of the membership, but I like the museums. I think Ottawa has some really wonderful museums, and I would like to make sure that they are... let's face it, my membership is not going to be paying anybody's salary, but I do like the idea of being able to support them. And I think they've extended the length of the membership by however long they were closed down. Anyways, needless to say, there's actually already a bunch of bulldozers by Parliament, so I think you will take more than a bulldozer to get rid of Justin Trudeau. And for those of you who really like it when I get political, perhaps we would need a competent opposition to get rid of Justin Trudeau if people don't like him. But I don't know how many conservatives watch my stream. I don't know how many conservatives watch my Industries of Titan streams, not realizing that maybe I don't mean some of the things that I say. Besides, what better economic stimulus than having the Prime Minister get colorful socks? Who's gonna meet our colorful socks quota if we get rid of the current PM? So I'm I'm intrigued by the fact that the command center still got power. I guess it's because everything else has their power turned off. Like, I'm assuming it's probably just shutting off all of the offices. So maybe next time I shouldn't be automatically turning these things off. Anyways, I did get the important thing done, which is we now have a level 3 energy plant. We now have a level 3 energy fuel turbine. I'm not done with all of these upgrades and such, but it's starting. Basically, the base is starting to take shape. I am somewhat self-reliant as far as energy and fuel are concerned. I've got defensive positions set up for most of my important infrastructure. Obviously, this factory is going to be potentially vulnerable. I don't know whether or not I want to make a spare turret to cover this, just in case. For now, I'm kind of okay with this factory. This is basically just an incentive for me to kind of get a move on in terms of getting this thing in a more defensible position. I actually don't remember why I put it here. I think it was because I wanted things as far away from pollution as possible. But for now, I'm gonna continue on the assumption that either I'm not gonna need the money that this generates, or I'm going to have enough money to be able to build an office and residential area. I don't think I'm gonna need a conversion center as quickly as I normally build it right now, because I did just build a whole bunch of new employees. But, and yes, this is one of the few games where you can actually say you build new employees. But I don't know, I'll work that all out over time. The biggest thing right now is to just make sure that we've got a pretty steady flow of minerals and isotopes being generated. So again, we're still sort of suffering a bit as far as our garbage is concerned. Hopefully once we get the roadways in place, we're going to be able to get rid of some of this stuff. I may even wind up completely destroying this factory in favor of building specialized ones sort of in the northern area over here. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, so... World champion beer sculler when he was at Oxford, and when Australia won America's Cup in the early 80s, he famously declared any employer who sacks an employee for not coming in today is a bloody mug. Justin Trudeau's dad actually was probably a little bit more like that. He definitely didn't mind. I mean, he also, like, Justin Trudeau, his son, has a certain amount of sort of star power, but it's not quite the same as Trudeau Mania the first. I'm just trying to think what the appropriate analogy is, and I probably don't have one, and maybe it doesn't matter because I don't know what, a politician who was in government long before I was ever born. I don't know what relevance that has towards building a startup on one of Saturn's moons. Oh, actually, I want to share something that was really fun from the Discord. Again, I'd love to encourage you guys, those of you who are interested in this game and are not part of the Brace Yourself Discord, it is a really worthwhile place to check out. I was delighted by one of the questions that came up. Oh, you know what? I'm only going to put one... Actually, I'm going to put no employees in here right now just because I want to clean up these mineral patches. Once those are done, then we can start extracting. But I think somebody had said that there could be an oversight by the fact that you could see Saturn in the background or something. Anyway, I think the idea is that they thought, at least at the time of asking the question, that Saturn was the moon that this takes place on. And what was funny is that somebody else has confessed, is like, okay, well, don't feel bad about that because I always think that Titan is a moon of Jupiter. And I think that too for some reason. I have no idea where this came from. And especially too, because if you go down to the mythology of it, it doesn't make any sense. Titans are probably more related to Saturn than they are Jupiter. Although even then, the connection would be tenuous. At this point, I'll just say they're all Greek myths. But like for some reason, I always feel like it was to a point that I keep wondering how many times I've said on stream that Titan is a moon of Jupiter when I know very well that it's Saturn. So it actually gave me the problem that I have with telling a story like this is it can sometimes sort of seem like shaming the person for making the mistake, and that's not actually what I'm doing. It was relief to me to know that I was not the only person who mistakes what part of the what part of the solar system this game takes place in. So y'all honestly had a mini panic attack when that user tagged the mods. It's fine. Well, I mean, like the thing that I think about on that one is like that's something you just have a good laugh about. Like it's not like I was gonna say it's not like it's not like I would sit down and like if you were to tell me in chat right now where you said is like, look, I have to admit that actually in the background it is the location, like we messed up and we've actually made a completely unrealistic main menu. Like my head would not explode and I'm like, oh God, refund immediately. Like I get to build a cool looking city. By the way, I don't zoom in nearly enough on this game. Look at this beautiful mountain of garbage. Like all of the stuff that makes this game fun is kind of orthogonal to the image that is inside the main menu. But yeah, like I was needless to say, like it was a fun little moment where I was like, wait a minute, and and then sort of reality reasserts itself, and I'm like, okay, I can breathe easy. But I'm actually really happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that apparently well, okay, not that your panic is a source of my amusement, but it is kind of funny to hear this momentary moment of doubt in terms of the placement of everything. Oh, we almost cleaned things up for a second. So again, this is where the highways are going to get important. Sorry, I'm just crashing from topic to topic without really making sense. I suppose I could stand to speed things up if I'm not really going to be doing anything productive here. I am really intrigued at how little fuel I'm generating, even though it's a level 3 turbine. I'm going to have to think a little bit about that. It might be the fact that there's sort of the Zethane dead zone here, but I don't really think that's true. I mean, we're beside the crevice. My next best bet, the most natural place for me to extend, clearly, is to just kind of keep going north here. Unless we get evidence that there's a rebel encampment somewhere around the, somewhere around the surrounding area here. But I kind of figure putting, another fuel turbine over here is probably a good first step. But like I said, the main focus here is going to be to build sort of independent factories, build some storage facilities. Basically, I want to have 3 floors of mineral refining, 3 floors of isotope refining in this whole little area. And then, of course, I want to make sure that I have a highway in place to make sure that I can get the goods moved where they need to be. And at the moment, I'm just kind of waiting for the minerals to get built up to be able to afford my mines. We're doing okay for the isotopes, so wherever I get... Oh, hang on. No, I'm being silly. The reason why so much fuel is being taken up is because I upgraded my plant to level 3. That's why it's taking up 48. There is a little bit of an argument for me to put fuel turbines here, but again, if this is going to be the residential area, I would want to, if I can, be a little careful about it. And of course, knowing that Zethane does affect knowing that Zethane does affect livability, one thing I might want to do is just build some fans to blow it out of the way, and then, you know, put the fuel turbines in sufficient, you know, in convenient enough locations for it. I could, in fact, make the same argument, you know, put a fan, you know, in the crevice here and just blow it onto the fuel turbine. There's any number of things I can try and do, but there's no point in pursuing it right now because I don't have the fuel storage to make the most of it. And I've got more than enough power. Like, I could just turn on all my turrets and we still have more than enough. Although I could stand to do some upgrades. I'm just trying to think. We need... Well, eventually I'll need to build up the mine to a double. I still want to try and push as much, as many credits as I can get. Although, again, I have kind of put myself, unless I wind up building another sort of trading floor, I haven't exactly done myself any favors in terms of generating new buildings. Like, I'm going to need 3.5 to get an office and then... no, sorry, 4 to get an office and then 4.5 to get residential. So it is actually going to be quite costly, and at 1,000 a day... I am actually going to be waiting a while for that. On the other hand, there's not a whole lot for me to do at the moment, so I'm just going to let things kind of continue to build. Where I think I will staff this. Oh no, we still got mining going on here. Again, I'm waiting for these existing patches to be mined out completely before I pursue, before I pursue any other kind of extraction. And again, that's just something that lets me, you know, have my employees kicking around. Oh, actually, there is one other thing I can do. I can upgrade that smokestack to level 3. Again, that kind of savages my my isotopes, but better that I get that thing up and running and burning as much garbage as possible. And then with that done, I will build a new, sort of a new factory complex. So we just need 4 minerals. I suppose I can start scouting out some locations for the factory. So we got a roadway that's going to go sort of like this. So maybe factory here, factory here. So here I'm prioritizing red artifacts more or less no matter what, because I know I'm going to have a pretty consistent source of minerals and isotopes from this. This works kind of nice because I've got... I'll have access to the roadway. I don't have the storage facility yet, so I'm just going to let that be. I suppose there is an interesting question as to whether I'd want to put the storage... Put the storage here and then the factory. I'm just trying to think if that makes more sense to put the factory and then the storage, or the storage and the factory. I'll say no. But then I'm going to contradict myself and I'm going to put the factory here. And I'm going to be slow in building the roadway, but I'll at least start marking out the claims for it. Oh, I can afford a new building. So again, the plan here was to try and get kind of get things on a little bit more stable footing as far as my finances go, because that is ultimately going to that's going to finance both my expansion into new buildings as well as kind of allow me to sustain a larger workforce over time. Now, one thing you'll notice that's kind of a conspicuous omission is the shipyard, and that's basically because right now all of my minerals are going to be going towards building things that will ultimately get me more minerals. So the idea here is that I am foregoing the ability to take more aggressive military moves in favor of building the infrastructure that will allow me to just build those ships quite a bit faster. Both bigger ships, ones that I can afford with those credits that I'm earning from having the office and residential, as well as just being able to build them faster by having a nice big stockpile of level 3 minerals ready to go. So like right now I'm sitting on 142 level 1 minerals, and if I've built 3 floors worth of mineral refining capabilities, clearly I'm just going to be churning out those level 3 minerals faster than on a garbage filled. Like if you take a look at the storage here, right? The combined storage for waste dwarfs the actual production that I've got inside here. And again, this is all sort of concentrated in this area up here. So if you take a look at the pollution, well, right now we're actually not generating a whole lot, but it's going to take a while to waft over, and hopefully it'll be diluted enough that when the time comes for the residential and office areas, they're going to, they'll sort of be more or less protected by the sturdier construction than the factory. That's the hope, anyway. So 2 minerals away from a mine. I'm a little curious about the idle workers because they could be moving trash right now. So I'll keep an eye on that. Oh wait, no, they couldn't be moving. No, they could be moving trash because the smokestack's up and running. I thought for some reason I might be upgrading it. But yeah, they found something to do. All right, we'll be able to turn on the isotope mine in a little bit. We've cleared out our last territory. I just kind of want to upgrade this thing before too much happens. The next question is, will there be enough power for it? And the answer is no. However, I'm curious if there will be enough power if I upgrade the... also no, but I will get that out of the way now. Probably better to just set myself up for disappointments. Wait a minute. I forgot paid. That's wasted influence. All right, this is going to be a little bit of a Tetris game as far as the pylons are concerned. So I want to build a mine here. I mean, I guess I could maybe build a pylon. Yeah, see, the problem is not just building pylons, but building defensible pylons. It's almost to a point where maybe I would want to consider building an early command center. But even then, actually, the command center becomes a little bit of a conundrum. I think probably the best bet is to put the command center where the mineral patch will be. This is actually quite a crowded little area. I was thinking that maybe I could put a fuel turbine in this area. It would be overlapping sort of this area. I guess these ones too. But it seems like there's bigger priorities. I would like to put a command center here because it's in a corner. The problem with this is that that would be blocking my roadway, which admittedly, I could just kind of put the road like around, but if I can avoid it, that would be better. There's really nowhere for me to go with the command center. Yeah, so I guess here or here. Both are covered by the turret. And it is going to cost me 16 energy, which I guess we can afford right now, so that's not too bad. I will work it out in the future, though. Although maybe not too much in the future, because I do actually need to figure out where I'm putting that pylon. So maybe I'll wait till we get that 16th isotope. I'll upgrade the defense turret to level 3 to see exactly what I'm working with. I feel like probably putting a command center here and then an energy pylon sort of nearby is probably the most sensible approach. Although, to be honest, I'd kind of prefer to just get these factories up and running. They're not being built right now because I have an excess of minerals and nowhere to put the level 1 ones, which is sort of ironic because these would be exactly the factories that are dealing with that problem. But I'll be patient on it. Okay, let's get you up to level 3 defense turret. This will be a strain on the energy grid, but again, if we get that command center down, we're going to be able to build another fuel turbine and an energy generator. So we're generally in good shape as far as that's concerned. And I'll just slowly but surely chip away at the roadway. The road is going to be like one of the last things that we build, but how are we for level? Oh wow, we have completely mined out our isotopes, so it's actually not a bad idea to be clearing out some of these ruins for. So I'll do the obvious ones which don't have any red red artifacts in them. The good news is I don't believe I'm going to need isotopes to build anything inside of these factories. I will need them, obviously, to upgrade existing infrastructure, but I think at this point here, being able to prioritize the construction of these factories is enough for me. Okay, so this factory gets priority now. Oh! I see you didn't heed my last warning, so I'll show you just how serious I am. Surrender now, and I might show you mercy. Proceed to fight, and I'll destroy you. When will they grow tired of this nonsense? Deal with them swiftly, Founder. Our patience for them is growing thin. I guess I can prioritize the factory. No, you know what? Sorry. If everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So I'll have one priority, which is the isotope factory, and that is because I need to get the that refining capability online. Although I guess it doesn't mean anything until I get the pylon down. You know what? For the time being, let's get a stopgap measure. This is not where it needs to be. So I know I'm not going to. I know this is going to be where like a roadway goes, but it's not like the roads are going to be built yet. So I should probably get some perspective and just get this thing. Like, as long as this thing is extracting isotopes, I'm happy. It's when it's not extracting isotopes that it's a problem. So. Even if I've got this weird, inefficient placement for an energy pylon, it's defended by the level 3. It's defended by the level 3 turret, and it's going to give power to something that's getting me a resource I need right now. So that is my reconstruction budget. I'm about to blow on a. Oh, you know what? I might be short. Hopefully I can get that ticket within the next 6 minutes, otherwise it's going to go into the pockets of my employees, and that simply will not do. So I set the upgrade here back a little bit by connecting this factory, but this factory is going to become the primary isotope refinery. I do want to stack up a reasonable amount of minerals, though, in order to build it. So these things are kind of complementary. Okay, let's just hold our horses for a little bit. Okay, so now I can actually afford to completely dismantle this factory. How brave do I feel right now? I'll wait until the attack comes a little bit closer, but I'm probably going to dismantle this. What I want to do is I want to have these people work enough to give me a budget to repair the city, but I want to dismantle it before they try and attack it. So that way I can recover all the resources that I put into it. All right, so this is going to interrupt the flow of isotopes for a little bit, but we gotta do the upgrade at some point. One ideal too is actually to get rid of this factory over here as well, just so that the specialization can move over there, and that's going to get rid of a source of a lot of waste as well. But that's a little bit of a down the road kind of a concern. Okay. So again, it'd be nice to build a bunch of refining capabilities. Well, maybe we can afford it. Okay, so input module. This is a well-worn pattern at this point, so the level 1 processor requires level 3. I mean, in theory, I could use level 3 for all of it, but I'm in the end, so I changed my view about how this stuff works. Like, in the end, I'm giving up one of the type of resource that I want. So basically, as long as the number isn't going up, I'm okay with it. So like in this case, it's going to cost me 1 minerals 2 or 1 minerals 3. I have 5 minerals 3. I have 36 minerals 2. What am I doing by building this with a mineral 2? Well, I'm preventing that mineral 2 from becoming a mineral 3, but this thing was going to go into construction anyway. So I might as well use the intermediate good because, why not? If I was in a rush, it might be a little irritating to sort of jump between all of the different modes, but this is just a way that I'm trying to stretch my resources just to keep me from having to sit and wait for my processing. Okay, where's my storage? Okay, so another isotope input module. Again, we put the 2 employee modules, and there will be an output. Oh god, I can never remember how this one works. I think it goes here. Fortunately, I've got level 3 to work with to make sure. Yes, I did that right. I can build 1 waste module, but I have to wait for the other one before it gets entombed. Put down a couple of relays. Where's my storage? I think I'll do isotope input first just to make sure I'm not messing things up. So I build this one sort of in reverse just to minimize the distance from the output to the input, but this is a little less efficient than this one because the output's facing the input directly. But that's just the way the factory's built. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. Okay. Also, obviously, this is going from 1 to 2, so if I wanted, I could build this out of level 1 materials. But again, there's the opportunity cost where if you do that, it means that those level 1 resources aren't able to, so as an example, it takes 10 mineral 1 resources to use it. So basically you have 9 minerals that in the long run would have become minerals that are worth 25, I believe. Yeah. So in that case, you're looking at what, 225 minerals that you're giving up for that, I think. Okay, storage. Wrong button. Now again, some of this stuff might be hurting my my grid. I'll learn to live with it though. Okay, so this should be level 2 isotopes. We have a few dastardly minerals hiding in the corner here. I guess I can put large storage here. And then we'll put a collection of waste receptacle. Or I guess I always leave one open on these. So once he's done building the processor, I can put the waste module in. All right, so this is the point where, in theory, I could, I could dismantle the isotope floor on this factory. I'm not going to, because clearly I just want to be able to generate a lot of level 3 isotopes. But, the eventual plan might be to just dismantle this factory and just have my, my capabilities. In the end, if I get rid of this factory, I'm still going to have a net when this is all done, I'm going to have a net improvement of 4 processors, or 4 processing floors, 2 for minerals, 2 for isotopes. And of course the means to extract all of them. Although something tells me that I won't be needing minerals for a while. Once they're done doing these upgrades, or once they're done building all of this, I'm actually going to do the upgrade right away. Again, if I can just get past the point where I'm suffering these big hits to my my stockpiles, makes me feel a little bit better. And again, I'm just trying to keep the storage. So one of the things I'm trying to do to keep my workers from getting stuck in these really unproductive in these really unproductive behaviors, what I'm trying to do here is just make sure that I'm forcing them to put things in, the closest areas. So like all of these isotopes that they're getting from the mine, they're going directly to the processing. This is admittedly kind of a long trip, but again, it's the closest I can get it. And that's going to be true for pretty much every production floor. That this is only going to take level 2, isotopes, so I can stick it into the appropriate section. This stuff's not going to accept minerals. It's only going to accept isotopes, and even then, level 2 and level 3 isotopes. And then I put a couple of waste receptacles in because in the end, just a short trip to the smokestack is ideal. We still have a work day to go, so I might be able to put that towards something productive. Did we get all the upgrades we wanted? No, we're still building the waste module, so I'll wait a little bit for that. I am able to connect these factories, so we'll start the minerals version of this as well. And this will eventually give me a chance to be able to dismantle all of the the factory stuff. Now the funny thing is, I'm actually in a position now to start building these residential and office areas. I'm not quite yet ready to do that. Because it's gonna, like, I need what is it gonna be, 8, 12, so basically 16 and 12, that's 28, and then for isotopes, well, 2, so or 3, sorry, so 28 minerals and 3 isotopes to build full capacity residential and office complex. I might break my sort of my distance, not exactly rule, but principle, and put them close to the turret here. But that might create pollution problems. And of course, there's the question as to whether or not that'll happen before the next rebel attack. I don't know. I'll meditate on it. We are going to need 20 isotope 3, so I think probably upgrading this factory is the higher priority first. Again, this is going to be isotope production, so if I can get another floor for these upgrades, so much the better, although I am going to be running short on minerals in a little bit, so I'll probably, while this is being upgraded, I'll probably build the first floor for the minerals. That'll hopefully give me a shot in the arm as far as production for the next floor for the isotopes are concerned, and they'll sort of be reinforcing each other. And then the good news is that I'll probably be able to decommission this factory, which is at a, like, it's far away from the places where I need this stuff to be done. So I'll be able to sort of dismantle a lot of the, the space. I guess the one thing I should be worried about is the waste, because I seem to remember that if I get rid of waste storage and the waste isn't actually, like, if I do something to put the waste capacity below the actual amount of waste, I think it starts going up forever. I haven't 100% figured out how that works, but I know that happened to me at one point. Oh, this is really funny. I think I put the processor... This is, yeah. So this is one thing I like about the processor, because I think I rotated it the wrong way. I'm actually making the arrow go. So the minute the isotopes come in here, the label is put on the wrong direction and the number 3 comes out. Penalty to productivity for labeling everything wrong. I wonder if I did that on this floor too. That would be really funny if I did. Alright, I know I'm sitting in silence, but there's no reason I can't get this mineral floor underway. So again, it's the same pattern that I'm always doing. It's working for me so far. I would like to refine it so that I can basically get more machines on the same floor. But it's worked for me so far, so I'm gonna make the most of it. I'm also probably gonna run out of resources before I'm able to complete it, but I'll at least get a good start in. Oh, neat! It doesn't even tell me what direction the arrows are going, so it's a roll of the dice to see if you get it the right way. Yeah, so I guess I need to rotate the rectangle 180 degrees, otherwise the arrows are always gonna... but it's charming now. It's this is a feature. The tricky question now is, do I want to try and go for the storage facility? Do I want to try and get a transport hub do I want to try a shipyard? Because at some point I'm going to need to build one. Or do I think that with all of the added sort of production, I might be at a point where I need to build a conversion center and get more people in the... I kind of feel like I've been lucky enough to not need a shipyard. I did sort of say that once I had the infrastructure in place to maintain it, I should be building a shipyard. So I feel like once we hit 5K, which admittedly we're going to lose a bit of when payday comes by, I kind of feel like I should buy the shipyard, if nothing else, so I can say that I have it. I am really tempted to dismantle Factory 2, though. Like, it's going to take me a while to properly get rid of it, but I just feel like being able to stop what's generating the waste and to move that all to something that's closer to the smokestack is going to mean that my workers are spending less time transporting, garbage when there are more efficient ways. You know what? Don't extract that yet, because I want the minerals patch to be the only source. Yeah, they're probably going to wind up picking up minerals off of these plots now. Should have thought of that. All right. I can afford to do the upgrade, so I will. Although, again, I would have preferred to have some more mineral production going. I've got the resources for it, so I'll run with it. Although I suppose at some point I could be converting my my isotopes into a level 3 defense turret in the center. I'm going to assume a number 2 is enough for the rebel attack, but let's speed things up just to... The other thing I should think about for this highway is where do I want to put the transport hub? Because it's pretty narrow. I might actually just have to put it somewhere over here. Again, we're assuming there's a future in which there's a command center up at this spot. I think that's probably... I think probably I'll wind up putting the, maybe a nice big two entry transport hub here, and then just a nice big ring of trucks, sort of feeding all the factories and moving stuff into storage. Okay. So I wonder why they're so slow in producing minerals right now. Ah, it's because everybody's working on cleanup right now, so I am actually running short on... Looks like I am running short on mineral help. That's enlightening, actually. Starbright Knight! I got to see you doing some marbles on stream tonight. Starbright Knight says, another month, another day, another game time to play. I think that makes sense. Great to see you. I'm sorry I didn't say hi, but I was at work while I had you on in the background, and I do still, I may not always like the work that I'm doing, but I do try to do it well, and so I do come up with I do distinguish between background noise and I am watching Twitch on the company dime, which is not the done thing, but. Yes, for those of you who do not know Starbright Knight, first of all, I think a lot of you are familiar with my my great love and appreciation of the Eyes of Sin's emotes, these lovely ones over here. Starbright Knight, in addition to being a very welcoming streamer, someone who, again, I never really knew that much about marbles on stream before I saw them broadcast it, but very inviting channel. And one of the things that really made Starbright Knight, in addition to just being wonderful inside of the channel, it was really nice to get this wonderful feedback about, hey, I don't know if you're planning on changing these, but I actually really like the it's that first emote I put up, the one with Machiavelli in it. That's become something that they use getting ready for the next round. And that made me feel really good. Like I like seeing those emotes being used. And so it's just one of these nice little things. It's Twitch can definitely create a situation or kind of a culture in which the broadcaster sort of surrounds themselves with people who are always talking about, how great they are, or you can definitely see a dangerous tendency for broadcast to kind of turn into like a little cult of personality, and I want to resist that urge, that impulse. But with that in mind, it is nice to hear nice things about the broadcast every now and again. And in that sense, Starbright Knight happened to hit on something that I really like. It's something I really like about the stream, because I think the Eyes of Sin did a really good job with those emotes. And it's one of these ones where if you ask people to compliment you on something that means a lot to you, it's not quite the same as if somebody just notices it. Obviously, I can't really say it's a compliment to me because I just commissioned the stuff from Eyes of Sin. But with that in mind, to just sort of see this thing that I really like being recognized unbidden really made me feel very good. And of course, as I said, you get a chance to see them in chat. I hope you've gotten a chance to see their own broadcast, so you can see that the person inside of the chat is very much the person who's on the live broadcast as well, or the personality. But it's always a delight to see Starbright Knight come in, and I don't just say that whenever the renewed subscription sound hits. Okay, 6 minutes. I've never really thought about how, I don't know if it's like a minute for an hour, in which case the rebels will attack basically at the start of the workday. Let's see if we can figure that out. So there's 6 minutes till the next enemy attack. If it's 4 and 5, there's a pretty good argument that 1 minute per hour. Now wouldn't be a bad time for me to figure that out. Not really. Well, okay, inconclusive, because now it's 4 a.m. Let's see if they sort of shift in roughly the same speed. So we should see next enemy attack go down to 4, and then halfway through it becomes 5 a.m. And at that point, yeah. So I'm basically losing about an hour of work. I think we're ready to start dismantling. Get all those delicious resources back for... So I don't expect this dismantling job to be done for a while. Oh my god, we never actually built this monetization station. Fair enough. This is a little earlier than I wanted to do it, but it's possible this thing might get destroyed as well. So we'll prepare. And I think, again, against my better judgment, I am going to build one set of residences and workplaces in this area. Again, I gotta wait on the mineral production to happen. Oh, is that delayed again? Well, now because there's a bunch of dismantling jobs, there's a lot of cleanup happening, which is nice. I just kind of, it's at the bottom of the list, and it'd be nice if I had my employees working on something that at least I consider to be a little more important. Also, of course, until we get this stuff built, I'm not gonna be able to get the shipyard. So I wonder if there's something I can do to motivate them. Okay, this is gonna be crazy, but I'm actually gonna shut down. I'm gonna shut down this factory completely. Well, as much as I can, at least. Oh, wait. We're okay. I gotta remember that waste thing. Oh wow, this was used for minerals. Okay. So I'll be a little careful about what I take out. Anything that's storing waste, anything that's storing minerals, I think I gotta keep. For now, at least. I'll eventually get rid of it. But the idea here is just to try and motivate the production to move towards places that are a little bit easier to maintain. So these I can afford to get rid of because they're not storing anything. Why is my energy so... Oh, because I've created a bunch of independent grids. That means I'm messed... Oh, good lord! Sound the alarm! We're gonna be late to getting those things up and running. Okay. Well, workers are doing a good job getting this all dismantled. We're desperately trying to get this thing, taken apart to be able to dismantle it before the rebels do. Okay, one turret online. Where's my other one? Okay, workers not quite ready yet. It's a little concerning, but not the end of the world yet. If the rebels show up and start attacking my fuel turbine, I'm just that's the hair on fire moment. The hope here is that I'm going to be able to turn all of these minerals into something more productive. That's why, if it seems weird that I just suddenly decided to abandon so much of my production, why cannot dismantle a building that contains devices? Well, that's interesting. What device? Oh, that one. That's actually a priority now. Uh-oh. Oh, good. I think we can afford to turn this one off for now. Okay, so yeah, the hope here is basically that by dismantling this and getting access to all of the resources that I need, I'm going to be able to basically these factories are going to be that much more efficient. The drawback is that there's going to be a bit of pain period during the transition, because we're right now dismantling the factory. We're going to have these stacks of resources. They do need to get stored somewhere. And I'm a little doubtful as to what are... Yeah, so we don't actually have any level 2 storage space. That's one thing I didn't properly consider at the time. So, to solve that, I don't like using level 1 resources, but I should... I won't let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. I'm going to build some temporary storage, and I'm going to make it dedicated to Mineral 2. And again, whatever I can dismantle, I want to dismantle. On the condition that it's not like holding waste or resources. Wait a minute, so we do have level 2 mineral storage. They're lying to me. So again, we'll just see all this stuff get built. I'm probably going to change it. I'll most likely put fuel tanks in here in the end, but it's a little early to be worrying about that right now. At the moment, I just want to get all that... so what I want to have happen is all these level 2 minerals that are currently just sitting there unloved, I want to be able to use those to start building some infrastructure inside Factory 8. We've got this nice little opportunity to be able to... So I'm going to have piles of waste. So here I've got 73 waste, here I've got 72 waste, I'm going to have 510 waste. I'm basically able to let that waste sit there untouched for an indefinite period of time, and instead have all my waste being generated in factories that are closer to the smokestack. And so in this case, I'm able to just kind of take advantage of the position. I'm able to take advantage of the fact that the waste is being put in low priority areas, to take advantage of I'm basically going to be able to take advantage of the fact that this waste should hopefully be less of a priority over time. Again, the one drawback is that I really do need people moving the minerals. In fact, I'm going to put dedicated... I'm going to have at least one dedicated employee towards moving minerals so that we can get that underway. I might put more people in, but... Okay, so... Again, all of this is temporary. All of this is just designed to get me able to move those minerals to where they need to be. Okay, so let's start by putting... no, actually, before I do anything... Oh, I don't have enough for a large container. Do I want to wait it out? I think I do. So I'm going to make a large container so I can start putting all the minerals in here. Even the level 1 ones, and I'll just change it after the fact. Oh, hang on. I can, if it's going to be a large one, I can do a level 3 for that. And I'll maybe put a waste receptacle in, well, when the time comes. Ah, yes, and I've already created waste problems. So, 312 move minerals jobs. I wonder what I did to generate so many loose minerals. I'm gonna slow things down just so I can... Oh, this is the wrong factory. Okay, yeah, waste. I'd like it to be something else. I'd like to just have my mineral capabilities back the way that they were. But I think being able to stop the garbage from piling up is a slightly higher priority right now. Okay, so this one I'm going to say is dedicated to all 3 tiers of minerals. That's just because I don't quite have what it takes to build the individual storage yet. Part of this I feel like is just going to be a waiting game. Maybe one thing I'll do, I'm going to dedicate people towards my factories. This is a way that I will wind up having inefficiencies. I'm going to have people idling, but I feel like this is important for getting myself sort of back up and running. Okay. The sooner I get that level 2 mineral, the better. Although, I'm going to have to clean up the waste no matter what now. Let's also make sure we've got one dedicated... Well, no, you know what? We've already got enough people dedicated to waste cleanup that... I don't think I need to manually tell them to do what they're already dedicating slightly less than half the workforce towards. Seeing that thing just sit there makes me so mad. Take it! Take it! No! I just want to make sure that we're all repaired. We're gonna get savaged on payday, so yeah, we're fine. I may have made a blunder in removing the productive capacity so early. I feel like I'm in a little bit of a jam. Again, I can use level 1 resources if I have to. I just really don't want to. Because I feel like over time, all those level 2s that I put in. It's tricky, right? Like, the funny thing is that if I could give an instruction to build with level 2 minerals, someone would go to this stack and build something out of it. But until somebody actually goes and puts one of these level 2 ones into my storage, or I generate a level 2, I can't give the instruction to build with level 2 resources. So it's a little, like it's logically it's kind of inconsistent, but I'm not quite sure. Like if you just add a dial to like instruct to micromanage every single worker, like then it just becomes, you know, world's most terrible boss simulator as opposed to a city builder. So the workers are like the workers in Tropico, where you have no control over what they actually do, but you persuade them to do job X, like by paying more for the task. Actually, so that's a little bit more. There's more nudges involved. So what you can do is you can tell them to prioritize certain tasks, but I don't build incentives. I basically just tell them, you know, do job X, and in this case, I've just told more of them to. Empty mineral. Resources. There was a number 2 that got made, and then okay. Let's throw. Well, we got 11 people working on moving minerals now, so hopefully this will follow through. But yeah, it's a little bit less. It's a little bit less of a system where you try and impose some equilibrium price or discover some equilibrium price that's making everything work properly. Instead, what you do inside of here is just you order your priority tasks, and you can dedicate employees if you want. I have generally found that it is better to let the AI handle most tasks and just give them ideas of priorities. The reason why I put dedicated people towards some tasks here was simply because I felt I was a little overweight in cleanup jobs right now, and I would rather have people moving. Moving minerals as opposed to cleaning waste. I'm actually going to pause as soon as it. No, it's already called for it. Ah! All right. This breaks my heart to do, but we're going to build it the old-fashioned way. And now I just glare at my workers for every single one of those that gets built. And I will turn off level 1 minerals here. Although, actually, what you're describing, Starbright Knight, is really interesting. I've not played Tropico in a very, very long time, so I kind of feel like I should try it now, because I think that's a really neat idea that you will assign different pay rates for certain jobs. And I'd kind of like to see... I'd like to see how the game handles that. That's really fun. Or sounds really fun, at least. I don't know if you got a chance to play, so Valiant Cheese, who made Hive Time, invited me to help collaborate on a little game called Supply Chain. And one of the things, so I got to sort of handle the whole idea. So basically this is, you are responsible for a toilet paper supply chain from like the manufacturer, warehouse, and sort of destination, the grocery store, let's say. And you're sort of basically you need to make it so that from manufacturer to consumer, you don't get like an interruption. You ideally want to like make sure that everything's managed properly. And what I found kind of fun about that one was the way that I made it. Like, if I play the game, I sort of have an idea of what the optimal settings are. But one of the things that happens in that game is that you don't know what they are. Like, you're just trying to manage this supply chain, which is going to get hit by shocks. like certain diseases coming up or whatever. I must have messed up. So, oh, it's the input module, not a employee module. My bad. So what I found kind of interesting about how people played that one is that for me, like I thought it was way too easy to find the optimal balance for everything, and it was very educational to see that actually, even after, like, I've got economist friends who play this game, and like one of the things they do is just kind of try and find out the parameters for these sorts of things and understand how it all works. And they actually have a really hard time finding. They always say it's like I always keep running out, or I always make too much. And so, what I thought was sort of fun. I mean, it's a very simple game, so you're not going to be spending hours playing it. But what I do find interesting when I see people play it is to see how they react to, to trying to discover the best setting. So with that in mind, like I'd be interested in seeing, that was obviously a very small project that I was sort of invited to help collaborate on from somebody who'd made a city builder I really enjoyed, which if you've not tried Hive Time, it is a pay what you want game available on itch.io. But I that's how I found Valiant Cheese, and he very kindly invited me to come along for the supply chain ride. But it's also very educational in terms of sort of what I know in terms of how everything was balanced and set up relative to how people actually experience it, which hopefully is also colored whenever I give feedback, on games, because obviously, having had that experience, I'm hoping that wait a minute. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I actually have to put a worker module here. Oh, this is gonna suck. Gotta try and find a way of putting an employee module that's not gonna overlap. Oh no, actually, you know what? Overlapping level 2 is exactly what I want, because then they'll clear it out. But I gotta have somebody to work that. Okay, that can go. How much spare space do we have? 16, so I can get rid of one. I don't think I can afford to get rid of the other, though. Oh, actually, it looks like it just adjusts accordingly. Okay, that's not so bad. So basically, this is all trash storage now. We're not quite ready to upgrade the mine. Best Island on Tropico was on first Tropico. You stopped playing the file after about 400 years passed in game, and the island pretty much ran itself at that point. It made 1,000 every month, which is amazing because you start losing money every month by a lot. The happiness was 98 of 1,000. The factions were all happy. You were surprised and got... Oh man, that sounds really neat. Yeah, like again, I've not played... like I know I have played a Tropico game. I really don't know what one it was, and I don't remember a lot of details of it. So I'm kind of useless as far as as knowing some of the details. But that actually sounds really fun. I mean, the other thing too, I think Tropico is by Hammermont Games, if I'm not mistaken, and they did Surviving Mars, which was a game I really enjoyed. So maybe I just want to I'm going to do something a little reckless here. I want to see if I can just use level 1s to... Well, do I want to do that, though? Because I've got all this big... I've got this, like, untapped wealth in the form of these level 2 resources. Now, I'm going to try and be patient. I have the same productive capabilities that I had... that I had under the old system, so... I'm also going to do something a little reckless here. So I'm actually going to save just to make sure that I can go back to something sane. I'm going to try and deleting all my waste and see if that... Okay, so it looks like it's shifting accordingly. It's a thing of beauty. Oh. Not enough space to drop the stored waste. Okay. I'm not going to do that until this thing is built. Wait, is Uncle Cranky still around? Even the cheat motels that usually guests pay $5 for their playing. Oh, Jesus, yeah. So that's actually one of the things that I wonder about games like Tropico, is whether or not they are intended... Oh, hang on. I need to be a little smarter than what I've been. So we'll get rid of these, but I do need to give power to these... I hope that works. I'll stick it here just to be sure. Yeah, I'm just waiting for all this stuff to get built before I start blowing up the receptacles. We just need the worker to... Okay, well that's good. So now we can get rid of the processor. Actually, it looks like we don't need the employee module then. Actually, come to think of it, we don't need any of the power stuff. All right. Demolish it all. Sisyphus's cleanup job. As soon as they clear up enough tiles, I'm gonna delete another waste receptacle. Also, I think we're ready for a... Nope, we're one isotope, level 3 isotope away from upgrading the defense turret. So again, I'm sort of left with a question for myself as to whether or not it was the smartest thing to sort of erase all of my capacity like this. I have obviously taken a lot of time to get this sort of stuff done and sorted out. There will be a nice windfall of resources eventually, but I haven't quite been able to transplant the the factories that I had before. There's still some storage issues, and unfortunately, it seems like one of the consequences has been that the garbage isn't a priority, which is fine. But it also seems that a lot of these mineral resources aren't being tapped either, which sort of makes sense, right? Like I've got a lot of move mineral jobs, not a lot of people dedicated to working on it, so. But the good news is we will be able to dismantle this factory after four more waste receptacles are taken out. And of course, the next priority is going to be to get my my residences and my my office space set up. But I'm going to need 12 minerals for that. So I've just sort of been sitting and waiting for that to finish. We should probably have. If we were to move all the level 3 minerals, we'd probably have enough to cover the cost of building that, at least the office building. But again, gotta wait it out. Oh, Jesus, I haven't been paying attention. I also need to... So in this case, I'm just going to go on a claiming spree. There's actually not that many tiles that we don't already own. So basically, all of that influence, once I hit to 300, was just sort of being wasted. If I convert it into credits, it's not that exciting, because that's just going to go into the pockets of the workers. So if I was thinking, I probably would have done something else. But yeah, at the very least, I'd want to try and claim tiles, just to make the most of the resources that I have. Again, I've been a little focused on trying to spike these last few receptacles so I can dismantle the factory. The thing I really want to build right now is the office, so we're five level 3 minerals away from that. All these are basically doing what they should. It's just a little curious why so I've got a dedicated... So what's interesting here is I've got people dedicated towards filling or emptying the minerals. I've got people dedicated to filling them. But they're nowhere to be found here. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to cancel the dedicated tasks. And hopefully that'll dislodge some of the workers. They'll start acting in a way that's a little more consistent with what I want. Because of course right now they're all just sort of sitting, like these are workers that could be doing other things right now and they're not. Yeah, so I'm assuming I probably got my workers into a not very productive line of thinking. I'm not going to get them to buzz down any of these ruins yet. Right now, I want to focus on trying to clear out some of the old infrastructure. Again, it's not the most exciting thing to watch a lot of this happen, but I know, like in principle, we should be generating resources. So I just need to keep an eye on my level 3 minerals. Every once in a while, just delete a waste receptacle. Then I'll be able to demolish this factory, and that should at least free up part of the workforce to start working on some slightly more productive tasks. Again, the bad guys are going to show up, but at this point, every building that I have that I want to keep is currently covered by a turret, so I can sort of safely sit by and wait for the bad guys. Although again, it would be nice to get a navy. Actually, I'm a little curious. It does feel like the isotopes have sort of been sitting at this level for a while, so I wonder if there's something stopping them from doing anything productive. That's level 2. That's where it needs to be. So yeah, it looks like... It does look like cleaning waste is sort of the hot job right now, which I'm a little worried about. But I'll have some ways of sort of forcing certain behaviors in a little bit. We'll see. I do want to get rid of this factory. Once that's done, I'll start being a little more heavy-handed with my orders. You're also odd with Tropico sometimes. You will select a random youngling, rename them, and then keep tabs on their that's funny, because one of the bots in Surviving Mars, I had named Johnny Big Time, and I think he got hit by a random meteorite. So I felt really bad for losing that one. XCOM is probably the worst one for me for getting overly attached to my units. But I also think XCOM very specifically is designed to work that way. So I'm probably having the intended reaction in that case. I wonder if you can rename workers in this. You can. All right. Maybe when I'm not... maybe when there's... I don't know, maybe this be like a 1.0 thing. Yeah, I should do like a special event when this game... Because like we've been playing this thing since it first came out. So maybe as like a special event when the like, you know, full on 1.0 or whatever, you know, the out of early access version is, maybe I'll do like a special stream where you know, I name workers after viewers or something. We can think a little bit about that. I have a feeling that we still have a long and interesting journey ahead of us before this thing is considered finished. Which is not to say it's not enjoyable in its current form. Just I think when I take a look at the roadmap, I think there are some very ambitious plans for this game, and it's one reason I'm very excited for it. I'm always a little conscious that everything I say can kind of be considered as like a sort of a double-edged comment, which is not what I want to communicate. Right, we still... I think it's still counting the device because it hasn't been properly dismantled yet. All right, now we should be able to demolish the factory. And again, I suspect there's still going to be cleanup jobs. I'm curious what happens to the cleanup jobs once we get rid of that. Once we get rid of that factory. Okay. So we may still have some problems because we've got a lot of move resources and not a lot of manufacturing, but it does look like they are starting to move towards some activities that I want them to do. So we're 1 level 3 minerals away from being able to build my office. And we've got the isotopes that we need, so I'm going to keep an eye on this, but I'm feeling a lot more encouraged by what I'm seeing. I'm actually kind of okay with them dedicating some time to moving resources, because again, the whole reason we did it this way was to be able to gain access to sort of those locked up resources in the form of like basically I wanted to convert factories that were either susceptible to enemy attack or were generating waste very far away from the smokestack. I wanted to be able to convert those into something that was a bit easier to manage. So that's now happened. What I want to do is I want to restore my sort of my flow of credits. So I'm going to build an office, and I'm going to build 2 residential areas over here. Now, this might be vulnerable to pollution once we really start, you know, letting a rip as far as, you know, as far as the traffic is concerned. But buildings also have more defense against pollution, so we'll see how it turns out in general. Oh, great! Actually, we're already getting some of that level 2 stuff in. So. How do I want to handle this? I think I'm actually going to build... Okay, I'm going to be a little careful how I do this. First of all, I'm going to build the storage capacity first, as much as it pains me to give up a level 3. This is the isotope factory, right? All right, so again, the idea here is I'm just building the next floor for added... well, level 2 processor. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. Right. Okay. I messed that up. Oh, did I ever mess that up? Okay, let's try that again. So again, there's no real magic going on here. This is just me applying the same pattern from the lower levels. Oops. This is going to leave me a little short on workers, unfortunately. But I suppose the answer to that is if I'm feeling particularly short, I can always just turn off one of the floors. So we probably won't see a lot of added minerals come in because we've got a whole floor being constructed. I may put a bunch of storage containers and waste receptacles. Please tell me I didn't mess this up. Yeah, no, I didn't. I'm fine. But yeah, so I might still do like the large group of containers and receptacles, and that just saves me from building the storage facilities. But again, that's a later consideration. Also, if I really feel like I need added workers, I can always I can always sort of reduce the number of people working in the mines. But ideally, I'd like to build up my my workforce, not roll it back. So we'll just let the construction happen. And then the next phase will be to do the same for the mineral factory, and eventually we'll get these up to a level 3. But right now, I just want to be able to get my office built and eventually some residential areas. And in an emergency, I suppose I can try and dedicate some people towards those tasks. But right now, I'd like to let the AI decide what its priorities are. Okay. So yeah, not worry too much about the incoming attack. I'll worry if I don't feel like my turret coverage is where it needs to be. But right now, you know, we've got enough space to put the waste that's being generated, so we shouldn't run into situations where our factories are getting covered in garbage like last time. Again, we are going to be digesting a lot of these jobs that we made as a result of a lot of the dismantling, so we're not completely out of the woods. But I feel like that is something that over time is going to be resolved. And again, if I feel... Actually, you know what? It pains me to do this, but I think I am actually going to dedicate people to... I'm going to dedicate people to manufacturing, just so I want to see if those numbers move in a productive way. And maybe what I'll do is when I see the yellow exclamation mark pop up, I'll manually move people in and out of those jobs. That might be the best approach. And so one problem right now is nobody's really working on this office thing. Now, technically, I don't need anybody working on it right now, but I would prefer that they... that they do that, so I am going to force the prioritize task. Although whether or not anybody bothers to do it is a whole other question. The fact that I've pushed people into this. I think I'm just going to say I don't really need to use my trade tickets right now. It pains me to have that resource not be used, but... Okay, that's looking a little encouraging in terms of the numbers that are going up. Although I might spike the priority. What I'm going to do here instead, I'm going to say dedicated worker to construction. That's the funny thing. Dedicating someone to construction was faster than making it a priority. And again, I'm just assuming it's because there's so many jobs backed up in the move resources and cleanup section that they sort of think they're doing the most important thing they could at the moment, but it's not quite what I wanted. So again, as long as there's one job in here, I don't mind dedicating people to it. This is admittedly not the best way to handle this problem, but I'm trying to make sure that my workers can do something useful in the intervening time. If I can get that second office complex up, it's going to be a little bit easier to build those residentials. And then, of course, I can start considering conversion centers. Okay, this is going to be a little premature, but I'm going to do the call to arms now. This is partly a drill for my overall power levels. But I also just want to see how long it's going to take them. Funny thing is, the one that's further away is the more important. So I kind of want a really clear idea of exactly what it's going to take to get them in place. So we're 4 away from our next office complex. We'll also have the one isotope to combine it, which is good. We unfortunately will not have living space for them, though. That comes later. Okay, 1 minute away from the attack. I keep wondering where the credits come from, and then I remember that I actually do have one habitat pod and one monetization station in headquarters. So they're the backbone of the economy right now. One thing that is a little encouraging is the fact that I don't have to move people out of these dedicated jobs very often. It means that I'm sort of getting the production I need. Okay, incoming attack. Let's see how we handle this one. Alright, so we'll probably get some damage from on the power plant. That just gets the priority for... Actually, that's not so bad. Again, we're 1 short on the minerals. Okay, good. I don't know why I did that. Actually, I think I'm just going to let that sit for a little bit and see if that messes with anything. So, this is a happy day. I will get 1 dedicated builder. Now the next consideration is going to be our residential areas, so that's going to require a total of 16, although I'll build it in, you know, the fragments of 8 and 8, 2 here, 2 here. I guess I can make the most of my influence and claim the territory right away. I'm a little curious what we're looking at. Okay, so we've restocked our minerals. That's good news for me, because that seems like a good excuse to start building floor 2. So, actually, sorry, let me make sure that I've got my isotope. Actually, I'm also going to relabel these factories so I can take advantage of the fast travel again. Right, okay, so let's, well, I gotta wait on the minerals, so we'll hang on to that. So, this is... Ah. Ah! This pylon has lasted a lot longer than I thought it would. I actually have somebody assigned to this minerals patch, but they're probably never going to work it again. Let's get rid of the assigned worker to that, I think. There is going to be a question in terms of how I handle that. I'll think about that later, though. All right, so we're now ready for the level 2 processor. It also means I get to stick the waste modules in. I'll put one in now, and then we'll wait on the other one. And again, on the first floor, so basically this is the minimum viable factory. We've got sort of 4 workers working on... that's interesting. So there's nobody in this employee module? Let's see if we reset that. Oh, you know what? They're probably moving and then coming in. Oh, wait a minute. I'm curious. Let's see whether or not they go straight into the employee module. Neat. Okay. I learned something. So yeah, the idea... Wait a minute. Where did my... So the idea here is going to be I want something that looks like this on each floor before I wind up upgrading them. So that's going to be the same for the minerals floor. The minerals floor is a slightly higher priority in that regard. Actually, I should probably demonstrate it by building that first. Okay, and then we do the usual pattern. Okay. So we're going to have to wait for the level 2 for a little bit, but as long as I can get the basics down, I'm happy. Should probably get those storage containers down early too. Again, that's just going to give those employees working on the collection job something to do a bit earlier. Oops. We don't need the relay here, we do need a relay here. I can afford the level 2, so I'll run for it now. That gives me a chance to build the waste module. I'll get a cheeky waste module in here. Still waiting on the level 3s, so we'll put down our storage containers. Yeah, basically I just kind of sit back, wait for all of this to happen. Maybe speed things up a little bit so that I can wait for the number 3 to come in. Do I still have someone? Yeah, I should probably get rid of somebody dedicated to constructing a building. And I'm now finally in position to get the last component in. So until I get enough isotopes to be able to add a third floor to these areas, and there is a very reasonable question as to whether or not a third floor is the smartest thing for me right now, because that's going to mean, what do we have here? I guess a total of 4 employees, so that would be another 8 employees. Like the number of people who are currently working jobs right now, we've got 12, 17, 18 people. So I would have to reduce that down to 10, 4 of which, ideally 5 of which would be dedicated towards manufacturing tasks. So, you know, the question is, can I really afford to have that much of my workforce being tied up in manufacturing jobs, which, let's face it, are probably not actually going to be... Like, the best form would be I have enough workers to just be constantly moving minerals in and out of each of these zones, but I know that's not going to happen. And so I want to be a little conscious about how, you know, how they're going to respond given the workloads. If I have a lot of quote-unquote surplus workers who are working on these move resources and cleanup, when it really matters, they're going to be in a position to, you know, to do those things that I think are really important. Whereas, let's say I had, you know, 50 employees, like I managed to overcome whatever difficulties I was having. I had 50 employees set aside, you know, I'm like, okay, and then we're just going to be building minerals and isotopes hand over fist. Well, the answer is going to be no, not really, because we still have over 1,000 jobs related to all that stuff that you blew up in the previous turn. So it's still fairly early. We don't have to worry so much about we don't have to worry so much about the rebels right now. We do want to get that spaceport online, but the way we're going to get the spaceport online is by building the residential and office buildings. That's why we decided to get them over the spaceport. And now that the factories are done, or very close to being done, I can sort of afford to... I think I'll dedicate someone to devices, actually, to lock that in. You know, at that point, we just sort of start waiting for the factories to live up to their promise. And then the hope here is that, you know, we're not going to see these gaps in entering mineral resources now that we've got sort of 4 different productive zones. Now, next up, it seems to me like we've got a surplus of mineral capacity, so I'm gonna spike these guys, and eventually I'm gonna replace them with fuel. I think for now I'll just let nature take its course. So see whether or not somebody voluntarily... Or it looks like somebody's already assigned to that, so they probably should voluntarily get that done. Oh, I messed up. It's supposed to be level 2, level 3 minerals only there. I'm sure the isotopes will get sorted out. Again, the reason I'm building the storage the way that I am is to try and minimize the number of trips to different and inefficient parts of the building. You know, I got to admit, like, my workers aren't exactly killing it as far as efficiency is concerned, but for the most part, you know, the resources are going to the places where they need to. Okay, so we've got the office built. Unfortunately, we are short on... We're short on level 3 minerals, so I think I'm just going to wait it out a little bit. Actually, you know what? I want to see what happens if I leave the AI to decide what's important. They pretty much go universally to clean up jobs. So maybe I really do need to have dedicated, at least until we get the finances back in. So I'll do the same thing that I did before. If I see a job become available, I'll actually... I'm curious if this will actually have the intended effect. The reason I'm doing this is because it is actually a really high priority for me to have the factories running at a slightly higher capacity than they are right now. So if I just sit here and watch what's happening in the manufacturing floor. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, there's resource movement happening, and yet, despite the dedicated employees, nobody's actually filling the minerals. I wonder why that is. This is me trying to push people away from cleanup. How many total jobs is that? That's 16, 17, 18. Do I actually have 18 people available for 8? 17. Okay. Whether or not the AI actually follows through with that plan, we'll see. So, we're going to sit and wait for minerals 3 to get to 8. And I will also go on a claim spree. You know what? I will reassign somebody to that minerals patch, but I don't think it's going to meet. Well, no, hang on. We've got enough space to fill that up, so. This will be very interesting to see if anybody actually does that job. They have 13 minutes to do so. Okay, so it looks like it's all level 2 at this point. Well, no, we've got 7 level 3. Oh, wow, 14 level 3. That's actually really encouraging. Whether or not we actually get it anytime soon is a question, another question, but... A lot of movement, just the movement doesn't seem to be related to... It doesn't seem to be related to getting this work done. Oh, good lord, I made the same mistake again. Alright, why can't I dismantle you? Well, an action is in pros... Oh, no way. Okay, I do have a fix for this. It's just so annoying that I have to do this. Okay, so we'll stick an employee module in the top here. Unfortunately, I've jammed up all my workers, so pull another one of you off of this. We'll assign one of you to construct device. Hopefully they will get sort of let's free you too. There we go. I'm sure it'll sort itself out over time. Again, this is the problem with sort of forcing the AI to do things. Usually your decisions are actually not as smart as you think they are. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, I did it wrong too. It's made out of the wrong minerals. There we go. This is so embarrassing. All right. So, same deal. I mean, good news is our waste receptacles are spotless. All right. You get destroyed. You get destroyed. Last time I mess around with this. That doesn't fully explain, you know, why production seems to be so slow for all of this stuff. But actually, you know what? If I just say, go do what you want. Oh, actually, you know what? Here's another idea. So again, I'll let them run around and have their fun. I really only have 8 workers now? That explains a lot, if that's true. I felt I had a lot more. Alright, yeah, so they're going nuts for cleanup. So here's what I'm gonna do. I know I gotta change my screen. So what I did here is I just went clean up to the top and then down. I'm gonna try and just sort of get them to shake their heads a little bit. Actually, yeah, let's just put manufacturing right at the top and see what happens. We'll see if there's kind of a natural flow towards those jobs. Eventually I'm going to move it back down because all of these are sort of emergencies that usually there isn't a job for them, but if the job does come up, I want them to do it right away. But I just want to see if this does a decent enough job of sort of shaking the AI out of its complacency. So maybe I'll try putting dismantle up at the top. Yeah, that does seem to do the trick. Okay, well, once that dismantle job happens then, all right. Let's see if we wind up making anything faster. Not really. Yeah, everybody got dedicated to cleanup crew again. Alright, so the isotope mine is full up. So let's shut this thing down for a little bit. Because we're at 161. We're at 161 isotopes, so I feel like being able to free up those workers will help us out a bit. Again, everybody's... Okay, so this weirds me out a little bit as to why so many workers are crazy for cleaning up waste. Because being it, like, the big thing right here is if I could even just access my tier 3 mineral. In fact, I'll have a dedicated minerals worker. If I gotta have somebody dedicated towards that alone, and to be able to just get the minerals that are sitting on the ground, that would go a very long way in terms of getting me, getting me to build those residences. And of course, once I build the residences, then I'm able to generate money. Once I generate money, I'm going to be able to buy the shipyard and the conversion centers. Another thing I might want to consider is, because we're spending so much time on cleanup, I'm actually going to cut the smokestack in half. So the reasoning behind that is that we're very fast at removing the waste that's in storage. However, getting that waste into storage is very slow. Actually, I'm curious what happens if I put it to 1. The more workers we can dedicate towards getting this logjam resolved, the better I'm going to feel about it. We're actually doing decent progress on the mineral patch. Yeah, so it seems pretty clear that they're picking up the waste from the old factory site, which, fair enough, right? Like, it's got to go at some point. It's just, you'd think that the waste that's being generated in the factories is a higher priority. The good news, though, is there's like a finite amount of waste. So this is going to be a nightmare, 260 and 259. But the reasoning I'm putting in here is that the amount of time that it's taking to physically walk the waste from here to the smokestack, I'm going to be making a guess here that once we resolve that, once we get to the end, we're going to see a lot more productivity in all of the other parts of the chain. Although, again, with dedicated people to filling minerals and isotopes, I'd kind of like to see a little more hustle. Let's actually I think I'm going to try and give them exactly what they need and see if that can... So again, I'm going to be the world's worst micromanager here, but I want to see if I can... Again, I'm not really going to be doing anything until I can build some buildings. So if I can adjust adjust to the needs. Again, this is going to be a little bit of a juggling act, but oops, 5 jobs for... You know what? Let's try and level these out. Okay, that's actually generating at a pretty fair clip. So, we do have another attack coming in, but we finally have at least our first residential. Okay, actually that's not a bad little setup. Like, if you see the number of times that the yellow in the jobs column comes up, we seem to be generating the isotopes and the minerals that I was wanting, and it's not too free. So that's the longest that the empty isotopes has been hanging out like that. The only thing I'm a little worried about is that the waste modules are going to get jammed up. Yeah, now empty module. Okay, empty isotope. Something caused it to fall off the rails. Okay, let's roll back on empty isotopes. Again, I'm not too worried about the enemy attack. Seeing as we've sort of taken off as far as our we'll put somebody dedicated to emptying waste modules, because I think that's just going to be something that blows up on me. I'm building the residential here instead of here so that it's clear that I want to combine these two first and then these two. If nothing else, I'll just combine here and combine here. That should also be unambiguous, but I just wanted to make sure that I am prone to making mistakes in this thing. So I want to try and build in such a way that I don't shoot myself in the foot. Yeah, we are really, really speeding along. As far as the resources are concerned. So maybe it was just the composition that I needed to worry about. Again, it's a little worrying that the emptying isotopes fall. I wonder what happens if I just give that a 0. Is that going to fill itself on the... Nah, see, that's the problem. People aren't actually taking that job when it comes up. So I have to have at least one dedicated person to it. Maybe we'll pull back on the empty minerals. I have a feeling that's going to slow down our overall rate, but... we do have the ever important. So we've doubled our residential. We've got our 2 residentials. This should balance out the office, which means we're going to be able to bring more workers in. We'll start making money, and more importantly, I'm going to be able to upgrade them. Although I may have to start thinking about my power requirements soon. We're also not really making progress on the waste anymore, but I think I'll save that for when I build another... I'll save that for when I build another conversion, or rather my first conversion center, because the last one was just a temporary one set up. And I wasn't paying attention. We should buy some land. We already own those. Just trying to think if there's anything else I should really be building right now. Oh yeah, the command center. That's going to be where the road's facing. So one of the reasons of building the command center here was so I could put down an energy pylon that makes a little more sense. Again, I'm going to be limited because the turret only defends a certain distance, but yeah, this is definitely the point where energy is actually going to get quite scary relative to defense. So the hope as well is with putting down that command center, I'm going to be able to support a better energy generator. So this is dedicated to the road. This is dedicated to storage. I mean, I guess I could put an energy generator here. Actually, there's nothing really stopping me. Oh, actually, this would be a great way to force... Like, it's a little silly that I'm doing this, but I actually think this is going to do a really good job of forcing these minerals and whatnot out of the... All the citizens are finally happy to get a good night's sleep. Yeah, so that one residential area actually covered every citizen we have in the area. We've got 68 room for 68. So that's why this job is so important. But yeah, things are looking up because we're going to be able to get a ton of new employees as soon as this thing gets built. I'm debating as to whether or not I should. No, I'm going to do dedicated employee to connect building, because like that's totally unrelated to what's going on inside here. But the good news is that this is hopefully what will be. This will hopefully give us a shot in the arm as far as resources are concerned. Even if this ultimately doesn't get built, the hope here is that this is going to start clearing out the. It's going to prioritize the the stuff that I actually want to be built and get out of the way. And again, being able to now that we're actually generating the money that we used to, 909 a turn. That's going to mean that we can start getting new buildings, and of course we're going to have just more people overall, and so presumably we would be doubling our capacity, and so we should be able to get the. Actually, if anything, we should be able to upgrade these buildings right away. I might want to just build a second energy generator and be done with it. Where would I want to put that? So I do want to allow the possibility of a roadway. I guess I'd put the roadway like here. Does that make sense? Sort of. Not really though, because that's kind of... Pretty dangerous place to put that, actually. If the rebels come from the wrong angle, that's good night. I guess I could just stick it on. Well, no, because then it potentially gets in the way of the road. Ugh, why is this so hard? Okay. So before I do... Okay, there's a few things I'm going to do here. Number one, I am going to upgrade the command center. So I'm going to need to build another fuel turbine. I'm going to need to build another energy generator. I actually think I should build an energy generator in this area rather than... I mean, this is a nice to have as far as just getting my workers to work on stuff that I think is important. I'm really weirded out at how good we are at generating it's like we've got more people working on minerals and yet we're generating more isotopes. Which is a little odd, but I'm okay with as long as they're doing something productive. I can afford to turn off this command center if we are going to be energy starved when the attack comes. But again, I have the option to turn off a whole bunch of stuff. The biggest thing for me right now is just regaining the ability to earn money. I completely forgot to pay for the next batch of citizens. We're pretty much going to take anything that they offer us. Drunkards, welcome. Ah, curses. It's really good for minerals and isotopes, but no. There we go. Murderers, you're welcome. If I felt particularly bold, I could try upgrading the the factories. Probably doesn't hurt to have a, like, this is the first time I've actually had a nice big stack of minerals and isotopes though. So let's try and get close to capacity before I start pulling out my or putting my factories offline. Oh, you know what? The upgrades would be really good for freeing up some power. So let's try a fire drill. We'll do a call to arms. You get an upgrade. You get an upgrade. You get turned off. Still short on power. Oh, well, this is easy. Turn off the mine, and we're good. Well, not so good because we just lost our capacity, but I bet... Uh-oh. It's a little too fast. I might have to power down after all, but we'll make do. My workers sure to get motivated. I'm gonna see what happens when I assign 2 to everything. So sadly, I am going to have to turn off the factories for the time being. I might actually get the conversion center before I build the shipyard, and that's just so that I can... have the staff for the next batch of jobs. Okay, turrets are online, which is good. You know, they've done a pretty respectable job with the, with the mess that they inherited. Let's see what happens with the... Okay. I'm a little weirded out there's only one attack. Oh, there we go. I can afford to turn this one off now. Oh, no, we can just cancel the alarm. So, repair all, hopefully, yep, so everybody's going where they need to. And we can afford to turn all this stuff back on. Okay, so, hopefully there are going to be some big moves. I'm going to just let this all resolve itself in the AI. Again, we've got a nice stack that we're working with here. I am going to erase it almost immediately. Oh god, do I really... I don't think I really want to do this mine, but I really shouldn't do this mine, so... I am, however, going to spend some... Ooh, that looks ugly. That's what I get when I don't have somebody dedicated to clean up. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take advantage of my surplus. I'm going to make these extra factory floors, and some of this is going to be in anticipation of the fact that I'm going to hire some more help. So, this is the isotope. So again, here I'm just dancing between level 2 and level 3 minerals, depending on what the requirements are. Employee modules, there's really no benefit to me spending level 3s, but for something like a level 2 processor, it makes a lot of sense. I already messed that up. Okay, isotope input. That is an employee module. I've messed that up a couple of times, it looks like. Level 1 processor, so if you take a look at the 2 mineral requirements, it's 2, so I moved to level 3 just so that I'm minimizing the number of resources that I'm using to construct the factory. This is basically a permanent structure, so I want to be a little more thoughtful in terms of how I do the layouts, although again, if if the opportunity arises and I'm, let's say I'm overweight in terms of like level 1 minerals, I'm not above, dipping into it. Like obviously if it's keeping stuff from getting built, I want to do it. So this storage is going to be a little crummy, but I also think my workers are probably not going to work on it until this stuff gets resolved. So I'm probably going to have to cancel that power job, but again, I'm going to try and just get the layout for all of this done first. One of the biggest reasons for it is that I don't need to worry about waste as much. If I've already got the stuff built the way that I want it to, I can sort of afford to have the garbage carpet, as Brace Yourself called it, which it's not ideal, but it's it lets my workers focus on something I find a little bit more important. Alright, so I sort of screwed that up because I should have put the industrial outlet and the relay down first. But that won't be fatal. Okay, there we go. And once more for forgot the storage containers. Okay, so other than the fact that the waste receptacles are going to be a little delayed, we're looking good. So what I'm going to do here, it's going to seem counterintuitive. I'm actually going to cancel the construction of this energy plant. So ideally what that's going to do is that's going to free up a bunch of workers to now like focus on the construction that I really want. Okay, it looks like a bunch of people wound up moving resources and such, so we're sort of back to the bottleneck that I had before. Let's see if they resolve this on their own. Again, I'm sitting on a stockpile, so I'm not as worried. So I kind of want to see just what happens if left to their own devices. Notice that all of that cleanup that used to be there, that's returned to the cleanup queue. So I am going to build another energy plant. The thing is, the energy plant was never going to be built before this command center was upgraded. So, well, those are some encouraging sounds. So yeah, the problem here is that manufacturing's completely shut down. All right, I could have sworn. Could have sworn those were employee modules. So they become priorities just because they're holding everything else up now. Alright. It's level 1 isotopes. It's level 2. So I kind of decimated my workforce with all of that, but that's fixable. It's always one. Alright, everything else seems to be the way that it should be, though. So. Yeah. So, other than the fact that we've got all of 11 people working on important jobs, I'd say that's generally looking okay. Now the problem is everybody's dedicated to cleanup now, so I'm going to assign priority to. So again, this is the golden time. This is basically where I want to get a fuel turbine up. I want to get an energy plant up, and I want to. Actually, I don't have the energy to be able to do all of that stuff. That might. Oh, hang on. It's a little bit of. Or that's a lot of energy I just got back, actually. Oh, and I'm back to. just a convenient way to dump my influence. I don't want to go too crazy because I am going to be upgrading these buildings before too long. Okay. So I want to get a proper pylon down to cover my mine. I want to make sure I get a fuel turbine down here. I want to make sure that I get an energy generator somewhere. I also probably should explore the ruins, although I don't really need what's in them right now. So given how the fuel turbine's working here, I want to put this fuel turbine on the end. Now that's going to mean that it's outside of turret range, which means this energy generator is also going to be supporting a third turret. That's also going to mean that I need the workers to be able to support that. So some considerations. Now I do, at this point, I want to start building the road so that I can get waste to the smokestack efficiently, but I've put off the shipyard too long. So once we're ready to go with that, I'll hit up the shipyard. For the time being, though, it is high time we get another fuel turbine down. Now, as far as energy pylons are concerned, road's going to be going up here. I mean, I guess I could do... This is going to be weird, but... So the logic behind this is I'm going to put the energy... I'm going to put the pylon and the... Oh, actually... I can actually afford to dismantle this pylon now because we're getting rid of this isotope node. Kodiak Samurai, how you doing? Long time no see, it feels like. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've seen Tuesday Gray, but I'm doing all right. I'm actually overtime tonight with the. But it's Industries of Titan, and we're starting to make a bit of progress. We're really getting to a point where the base is starting to take off. There is one concern in the fact that I'm really ripping through my my reserves quite a bit. So I've got a lot of these workers that are working on tiles that are not at the moment not really like they're just sort of sitting idle waiting for somebody to take their output. But that'll have a pretty quick resolution once I get a conversion center built. But I need to build the infrastructure for it, so... I know she's been like I guess a guest appearance on a couple of like Divinity Original Sin streams and such, but it's I mean there's lots of stuff to to do, so I certainly cannot blame someone for taking some time to themselves and to sort of pursue their own interests. But as always, I'm always happy to see some familiar faces running around. Okay, well I'm gonna... Oh, you know what? I didn't really think this through. Okay, let's cancel that fuel turbine. We'll get this one instead. So I gotta remember the road. So this pylon should cover it. Let me just make sure that I've got it right though. So current pylon, diagonal, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hang on. That's inconclusive. So 2 out. So I've got 1, 2. 1, 2 out. 1, 2, 3. It just tickles the end of that mine, but that's what I want. So Oh, that's right. I remember. I actually remember watching one of those broadcasts. It felt like it was. I was really just happy to see her, but I definitely felt like I felt a little bit bad because it seemed like she was very bothered by the overall quality, which is a shame because like obviously I really enjoy watching those broadcasts. Okay, so I want to get the priority construction down first. It should also include the defensive turret. Yeah, I mean, I think way back when you first stopped by, which of course would have been the first time I hosted her, I was actually on the internet that I was using. I think had, what was it, like 750 upload or something like that? Like basically that was back before, I mean, she's a partner, so she's already got transcodes, but like that was back before affiliate existed. And so apparently one of the appeals of the stream was that I was one of the few small like, so some people just like watching small streams. So, you know, if you were on mobile and you couldn't afford like the full, 3500 or whatever bit rate most people were streaming at, afford as in like bandwidth, not afford as in like pay. Although in Canada, that's very expensive if you're doing that wireless. But it turned out there's a small contingent of people. So like I'm very familiar with uploading at brutally low quality settings, but I also know that can attract, especially now, like if you ever let that drop, that can definitely attract a type of viewer that's always like, oh, you gotta bump the bit rate up. I can remember somebody telling me like specifically settings to put into OBS. I'm like, thanks, I've got this. And I mean, in the end, if you're gonna be putting your time towards something, you want to minimize the number of frustrations. So I think the thing that bugs me about stuff like that is that I've never had somebody say that and have them be right. It always just winds up being nonsense that would never, like, anybody who knows anything about the subject would know it wouldn't work. But you have to pretend like it is actually a reasonable suggestion. Otherwise they throw a hissy fit and it's awful. Sorry, I really should not be taking the opportunity to complain to you, but yeah, I mean, I just make sure whatever topic I'm talking about, I adjust the Wikipedia page to, say a few lies, and then you can spot whoever's doing the internet research while you're talking. I don't actually do that. Did do that during a debate once, though. So, tough decision time. Where do I build the energy pylon? Or not, the pylon's already down, but the energy plant. So the road's going up here. I guess I could stick it here. That's defended by the turret. It's a little far from everything. It's not a completely offensive choice. Well, I guess it closes me off of the possibility of moving the road over here. I guess I could put them... Yeah, this probably makes a little more sense. I'm on the... Well, to be honest, it's probably more the central side of Canada. I'm in Ontario, on the border of Quebec. So, like, when I think of the east side of Canada, I think of, like... the Maritimes or the Atlantic provinces. Yeah. But like I know that Ontario is considered, like, for most people it's like it's Eastern Canada. And I'm sure probably officially it is Eastern Canada. I just feel weird saying it because to build that plant I need 2 isotopes. Everything else is free game, so I'm going to start upgrading that turbine right away. Yeah, screw it, we'll get the pylon up too. So obviously you got to get the minerals back up. Yeah, exactly. I mean, once upon a time it was Upper and Lower Canada, but that's going back a bit. Actually, you know what? There's no benefit to me at all having these people just sitting there doing nothing, so be free. At least until I get my next conversion center down. Whatever, it's floor 1. Let's take it level 3. The turret's going to be pretty deplorable, but we can get by. That one's priority. Oh, residences are buried under garbage, which is going to stop us from making as much money as we could. That's going to be a problem, but a problem we'll resolve by building conversion centers when the time comes. So again, I'm just going to dance around a little bit with the... Actually, you know what? We should... I don't know where all my workers went, but... this will hopefully get us back to the glory we once had with our... Oh yeah, no, we've got like 20 workers running around now. This should be... This should get us back up and running before too long. Okay, so priorities again. Sorry, I'm only... Sorry, I'm only partially talking to you. Yeah, and this is the weird part. So, like, the prairies are often considered to be Western Canada, although obviously they are very much in the middle. There's a lot of middle to Canada. Middle power, middle provinces. It's funny too, because like in Vancouver, it's kind of fair to say it's the West Coast, but like when I lived in Kelowna, which is sort of the next biggest city, maybe Victoria might be bigger, but like, you know, it's not really at a coast. It's actually a semi-desert. So it's weird to call it West Coast, but like it still sort of counts. Or maybe they called it the Lower Mainland. I don't know, but like, yeah, it's like when in Rome, right? You use the terminology that makes most sense to the largest number of people. And if you run into some actually guy who's like, actually, I'm living in Central Canada, like I did to you, you just walk away and go and talk with more interesting people. It was funny. I did a paper on, it was on, sort of the real scorcher of a topic. And you all really want to hang around for this. Like labor productivity gains of public capital. So the idea of like, you know, the government spends money on roads in the case of Canada, of hospitals. Basically, like public capital sort of enables the concentration of economic resources. So chances are you're going to want to make your business in a place that has a fire department and a police station and working roads. And like just generally, you kind of want to be able to rely on a few things to be able to go about your day and produce as what Adam Smith would call the necessities and conveniences of life. So I really like looking at sort of, like you'll see a lot of people in lots of different contexts put a really heavy emphasis on federal, right? This is the same problem with elections. Like everybody really likes talking about federal elections. I don't really care what country you're in. Everybody gives a lot of emphasis on federal stuff. But the fact of the matter is, most of the stuff that's actually going to affect your life is probably at the local level, municipal or maybe provincial or state level. But it's really hard to get people to pay attention to that sort of stuff. So to me, like, I just feel for most topics, if you just take like one level down from what the most common aggregation is, you just get like an entire, like, just a whole set of papers with really interesting results because you're actually looking at the level that tends to matter. So, I did this whole thing. And again, it's a bunch of stuff that's just lying. It's a bunch of pearls that were just lying out there that nobody bothered to check out because they're always busy looking at federal stuff. And I was reasonably pleased with how it turned out. But what I found, like, I sent this guy. This guy was just a jackass in the class. Like, just always had an opinion on something, and it was never actually worth hearing. As you can see, I'm really good at making friends. But like, the only comment they had on this fairly carefully thought out, like, work of like fairly serious work of analysis was like, they made some comment where I specifically meant the Maritimes. Like, it was not including Newfoundland and Labrador because they had something specific going on. Newfoundland and Labrador has like this oil sector that kind of needs to be considered for the time period I was thinking of. So I specifically said Maritimes because I meant Maritimes, but I didn't appreciate that the difference between Maritimes and Atlantic provinces was something that people actually cared about. So anyways, like, that was the only bit of feedback I got on this, on this project that I did. Like, it's Atlantic provinces. And like, I kind of went to the person I was doing it for, and I'm like, but I only meant like Nova Scotia and I was like, fair enough. Like, if I had included Newfoundland and Labrador, I probably would have said like, Maritimes. I didn't know any better. But like, is this really all there is to, like, did I screw this up? Like, is there nothing else to talk about here? It's like, no, this is a really interesting paper. He's just being an idiot. So, aperture size 42. Actually, you don't have 1 foot in the ocean, so you aren't on the coast. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's obviously, no end of like corner cases to point out to people. And they, like, don't get me wrong, sometimes that stuff matters. But it is definitely really annoying to like put a lot of effort into something and then have somebody just give this complete, this, like, you didn't do the required. There's no way I can afford that many employees. What am I thinking? Basically, I that's kind of like the you didn't do the required reading level of commentary, I sort of feel. All right, I'll let my people handle that on their own. We've got a lot of isotopes again, so that's good. I will be upgrading this energy plant as quickly as I can. I might even be, if I can, depending on when I... Oh, you know what? I'm going to be losing a bunch of money because we've got too many... Okay, I actually need to build a conversion center now. Fortunately, I can afford it. So, ideally, I'm going to be building the conversion center in the high pollution areas because the... So is this covered by the turret? It is, but it's not covered by... Oh no, it is also covered by a pylon, so great. Although it is covering a crevice a little bit, although I think I can just stick a fuel turbine over here. Oh, hello! Some rapscallions! Alright, well, I know where I'm building my next command center. I'm glad I went extra for a couple reasons. Number one, a lot of familiar faces coming in, which is always a happy moment. But we just found some rebels. I actually really like how they're reacting to that. As soon as I announce it, they're like, oh god, maybe you didn't notice. Sneak away. Yeah, so I'm gonna We'll get these salvaged. We'll put the conversion center down right away, and then I'll try and upgrade that as quickly as possible. So we're doing all right as far as fuel tar, but I'm probably the defensive turrets are going to be doing some really heroic work. Actually, I'll get this up to a level 3 right away. Okay, conversion center. So one of the biggest priorities for the conversion center is just to get enough people to start dealing with this waste here, because this is really bad. Fortunately, once I get the second one down, we only needed 4 minerals, so we're in good shape there. I think I'll roll back. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go back to letting the AI decide what's best. Okay, so these are, if anything is a priority, these are. Well, I guess so is the energy plant. Let's see how they handle it. But yeah, basically the conversion center is going to give me the workers that will then allow me to clean out the residential areas, which will then... Oh, you know what? Okay, I did successfully pay my employees. I am going to fail to pay them today, though. So we got to get this thing built as soon as possible. The other thing I could do is just blow up the residences and... Oh, actually, you know what? I think if I upgrade the residential areas, they lose their trash too. But yeah, the priority is definitely going to be... Oh, come on. What can't you store? Oh, it's the waste, probably. We'll just burn it then. Yeah, they're slowly making it happen, so... okay, yeah, so I'm gonna hold the line. It's gonna be a little scary, but I think we should be able to see this through. Connect, upgrade, and then convert as many people as possible into productive members of society. Although if it feels like payday is looming, you know, I'll jettison that plan and work towards something else. I was kind of hoping that we would have overcome our waste storage issues by now, but can't always get what you want. And the other bit of good news is that I can upgrade all of these once our isotopes are in place. Like we'll have the power with this energy plant up and running. So... Three waste, we should be okay. Of course, if this isn't up and running in time for the rebels to arrive, then we are in some serious trouble. Also, I realize I'm kind of talking as if the audience is familiar with this game. If there is something that doesn't make sense, or you would like to know what Industries of Titan is, Brace Yourself does really good trailers, so you can probably check out the trailer. But I am also happy to explain where we were, what's going on, and how I'm going to get myself out of this pickle. The one thing I am worried about is, given the proximity of the enemy base, I am a little bit worried that my lack of a navy is going to become a liability. But we'll see. It may not be as bad as all that. Okay, power's coming online. That's good. 2 more waste to go. 1 more waste before we get our conversion center. Payday is in 10 minutes. Okay, let's get a body in the power plant. So basically I can add 4 more workers with the 1 conversion center right now. That's not really good enough in my opinion. The reason why I wanted to get that energy plant online really quick is that these things are going to cost quite a bit in terms of energy. I am actually going to go back to building that energy plant when the time comes, but I do need to get a few more minerals up. So basically this is going to enable my super conversion centers. Once I get a very large workforce, they're going to clean out the residential areas. They're going to give me the isotopes that will allow me to upgrade the the offices and residential areas, and just generally we're going to take the level for the base is going to go up by quite a bit. Pleasure as always, Kodiak Samurai. I hope I get a chance to see you at Tuesday's place next time or around, but I'm glad that things seem to be going well for you, and I really appreciate you hanging out. You've been watching me play for a bit, you still don't know what the objective is. What is the end goal? So there are a few different modes for the game. There is the basic mode, which I'm playing right now. There's also a Zen mode, which removes the rebels, and a survival mode where basically you try to last as long as you can. The main point of the game is that there are 5 rebel camps. So you're sort of this startup on Saturn's moon Titan, and you want to eliminate the 5 rebel camps that are distributed somewhere on the map. Now, the thing about the map is that you don't know where the enemy territory is. The way that you gain access to new territory is by building these command centers, and I'm sure what you're kind of noticing is that I have all of these different buildings and like power needs and things like that, and basically in order to be able to support the infrastructure that will allow me to kind of go across the map and find these enemy ships, I need to be able to generate the resources and the infrastructure to be able to support that sort of activity. So ostensibly the game is finding these secret bases and eliminating them, but of course in order to do so you need to actually be able to build this business that is able to kind of build the ships and the infrastructure that you need to be able to support those activities. So I would say it is kind of a city builder strategy hybrid. And they've recently, so there's 2 big updates that have come into the game recently. One is they have started to do some population simulation. And so what's happening in that case is you have these like citizens will now generate, so citizens could always generate credits. They'd always generate money. But there wasn't a cost to having workers. So it'd be sort of like you could kind of ignore money and you would just have these armies of workers doing your bidding no matter what. This is so sad that this is all sitting untouched. I at least got to get the level moving up on the job, at least until I start getting more workers in. But yeah, so basically there's now this trade-off between the number of citizens you have who will normally earn you credits. Mine are not right now because they don't have a place to live. Their houses, their living places are covered in garbage right now. So there's basically, if you want to generate more workers, you have to make sure that you've paid them in the last sector. You can actually make workers knowing that you're not going to have enough money to pay them. But if you've failed to pay your workers, you can't generate new ones. So the problem I'm running into right now is that my workforce is stretched kind of thin. It's why I'm not really generating the high-level minerals and isotopes that I want. But the other problem is that I can't support a larger workforce because the existing one is stretched enough that they're not actually cleaning out the waste that's being generated by the residential areas. And one of the reasons for that is that I'm making them walk so long to the trash disposal. So we're about to get our level 3 conversion center, which is going to give me a very large cap for a workforce. I'm going to try and convert as many citizens into workers as I can. And then the hope here is that the big army is going to go and remove all the trash. And I'm actually going to get set up. Oh, nope, I'm a little premature there. I can't build another energy plant, so that's fine. I'll live with what I've got. Okay, so we've got room for 59 workers, so we're just going to hit convert. Now, this thing is also going to generate its own waste, so I may not be able to make all 23 new workers, but I'm going to try and do my best to get as close to that number as I can. If I have to build another conversion center, so be it, but I'm going to work with what we've got right now, hoping that it sort of fills out the remaining jobs. It's also going to take a while because the residences are... Actually, there's one thing I can do here, which is upgrade these residential areas. Don't have enough to upgrade the office. Hopefully that has the predicted effect of removing the waste. Okay, 8 minutes before an attack. I don't know... You know what, let's do a fire drill just to make sure that the we've got the energy capacity. Okay, we're not draining yet. Oh, that's funny. It looks like... I don't know why they think they're under attack, but maybe they're just really stressed out. But as you can see, we're already... Like, this is already looking a little messy. But again, right now I just want to try and get as many bodies in the conversion center as I can. And you'll notice that all of a sudden the cleaning waste jobs have plummeted. That might be because of the residences here, but... Okay, we'll get close to have those up. So much garbage. I do eventually want to cram a bunch more workers into the smokestack, but right now I just kind of want to get us back to... I want to get us back to sort of a self-sustaining base. Anyways, sorry, Aperture Science. Did I do a decent job of sort of explaining what the basic goal of the game was, at least? Okay, so let's see what happened to the garbage. Alright, nope, that didn't do anything. I mean, we'll have more space when the time comes, but they do actually need to... They need to do a proper cleaning job. But we do have a bunch of workers ready to actually get the work done. Like, the numbers are starting to fall. I don't think it would hurt to build another conversion center for sure, but oh, we're now out of space. So I mean, one option I have is just to destroy and you know, rebuild. That's a really dumb way of doing it. But I'm definitely not above building another conversion center. Again, in the high polluting areas, that would actually be ideal. And more importantly, if I think I'm going to do that, I better do that in the next 12 minutes, because I'm not going to be able to afford my workers otherwise. Probably better I just admit that that's not going to be happening. Okay, so what I want to see right now... I've got a bunch of people working on moving minerals and isotopes and such. I am going to start clearing out the roadway that I'm eventually going to build inside here. I'm only going to dedicate one worker to that, though, because I really do want the rest of the people working on these materials. But it does look like we're starting to... Yeah, okay, so our residential area is back up and running. Ready to upgrade the office too. So yeah, it looks like it's actually already starting to fix itself. Okay. So this might be... Yeah, so this doesn't have... Oh no, this does have turret coverage. So yeah, we can build another conversion center here. Oh, and... Oh, Jesus, we don't have anybody manning this turret. Oh my god. Crap. I gotta find a way to get people in these turrets, otherwise we're dead. How do I force this? This actually killed my playthrough last time. Just as a precaution, I'm gonna... So I'll do a manual save. I'm actually gonna quit back to the oldest autosave. Because there is quite literally no other way that I can defend myself without those turrets. And we had those... Having the baddies off screen means the objection. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like it's hidden behind this notification here. Okay, this is actually a really, really big worry. The fact that I've had this going for 7 minutes and people haven't actually taken up the turrets yet. I'll let the game sort of run and do its thing. I just really hope. Actually, you know what? There's one edge I can give myself. I'm gonna try turning off all the factories. It's like basically every job that a worker could be doing, I'm turning off. And I'm hoping that means that they man the turrets. Huh, they'd rather be idle than... Well, no, I'll be patient. Like, they're gonna need some time to walk, so... Maybe I'll get 6 to start burning the trash. I am not feeling warm, fuzzy feelings about this call to arms. They're all cleaning waste, which is very useful, but surely self-preservation is... In my worst case scenario, I can probably build an emergency shipyard off of that manual save. I'm just really trying to think how else I can motivate them to actually run into these turrets. It's almost like they don't exist for them. Yeah, like nobody's going into the turrets, and the rebels have just started to show up. So I can't let this run too long, otherwise the autosaves are going to start erasing each other. But okay. So this is a bit of a worry. What I got to do now is try and find a way of tricking the AI into thinking that it doesn't really have any other priorities. Jesus, that's not a lot of time. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to shut off literally everything. So cancel the alarm. Even the smokestack. Anything that's power related, I kind of gotta keep on, but. Yeah, so nobody's dedicated to work. Now we'll do call to arms. Okay, 3 people just came out of the idle position, so that means they should start heading to the turrets now. Oh, 28, 29. Oh, okay, that one's on. As soon as this thing turns on, I'll turn the rest of the base back on. Okay, cool. So now I get to turn everything back on. So this is actually not a bad example of what I was talking about a little bit earlier. Like, in one sense, you know, it's like you kind of feel sad about it because you know this is something that I'm sure the developers are working really hard to avoid having happen. But to me, it's actually a little fun in a weird way to try and see, you know, how the game thinks, and when I feel like something odd is happening, something that's keeping me from being able to accomplish what I thought was important, you know, to have a better understanding of the logic that sort of goes behind some of that weirdness. So for whatever reason, the AI just was not registering the immediate threat of a call to arms, and that's sort of why things were happening the way that they were. Now, look, I'm not going to say, oh God, the game is so brilliant because, you know, I'm faced with this added challenge, right? It's new hidden difficulty levels that you've never seen before. But it is really neat. Like, this is, to me, one of the appeals of playing something in early access is that, you know, I'm able to sort of see this sort of stuff happening, and I'm like, okay, so I couldn't completely, like, clearly based off of this, I could not replicate the the workers' behavior. I'm not 100% sure, like, what the decision-making process for all of them are, but I've gotten a little bit of a better idea about why I'm running into the problems that I am. And a consequence of that is going to be that hopefully, if I do need to offer some feedback for the game, whatever I offer up is going to be a little bit more productive than what I otherwise would have given. I'm going to risk building one of these conversion centers. I'm a little weirded out by the fact that it says that it's extracting, but I don't see anybody dedicated to ruins, so I'm just going to reassign that. Anyways, we should be able to see. So I'm going to be interested to see if any ships come from the AI territory or if the ships just kind of come from random locations. All right, well, we obviously don't know if there's a rebel base off to the right there, but I really do love the light effect of seeing these things blow up over your city. It is definitely a big highlight. Alright, so we've got pretty much an army of people dedicated to cleanup, which is exactly what I want to see happen right now. That's going to be how I can get access to more workers. Oh man, they're going straight for the command center. Oh no, sorry. Command center's fine. I was thinking headquarters. I was like, wow, that's... this game really wants me to lose. Okay. So we have a... oh man, that's so weird. It's like everybody's dealing with these cleanup jobs now. I don't really know what's happening here. I'm hoping this is like real trash that's getting dealt with. But like none of these other jobs are happening. Like the repair jobs are not being registered in the queue. I'm thinking I've just run into another bug that's kind of turned the cleaning into an absorbing state. That was unexpected. Well, clearly they're doing stuff, so... Let's just add some more bodies and see if that can fix the problems. Also, I'm going to throw some people into... That's interesting. Nobody actually showed up for work over here. Oh, because they're all... I bet I know why, because they're all doing cleanup. Well, if they just run out of cleanup jobs to do, let's see what happens there. Like, it could just be that this cleanup stuff has been delayed for so long that they're doing, you know, they're doing the best that they can. But the fact that there's 26 people idle... Interesting. Okay, so the fact that I had somebody assigned to it... Okay, so there's something really weird happening with the waste right now, where, like, everybody's a maniac for dealing with waste. The big problem right now, though, is I'm not 100% sure how I can force these people to join the employee modules. This is going to be another one of these cases where I kind of have to save. Yeah, so 2 is before the attack, so I'm able to resolve that. I think at this point here, I'm just going to have to wait to see what happens. The repairs have happened, so like overall, it looks like we're starting to sort of resolve whatever issue was coming up. I'm going to start with this conversion center. Oops. Is that where I wanted to build it then? Okay, so yes, there are workers who are... Okay, so if I just spike the workers and let them... If I let them work that out amongst themselves. Okay, so it looks like it kind of had some sort of a mental hiccup, but it seems like they're sort of back to behaving somewhat sensibly. I am interested in seeing whether or not these factories have... No, they don't have workers yet, though. That's maybe a bit of a worry here. I'm just going to turn off and turn on each of the... I mean, I'm not going to complain about the fact that I've got workers dedicated to doing some, like, long-standing jobs. What I'm worried about, though, is that they may not actually come back to the assigned work. At least a couple have. It might be that those are, those were ones that were created after. And I guess what it means is just, if this is persistent, I'm just going to have a bunch of workers which are maniacs for cleaning, like, no matter what. Okay. Let's get some conversions in. Let's try and get some bodies in. We'll get the office upgraded. Again, people kind of seem to be assigning themselves to the jobs that I want them to. I'm a little... Again, it's weird to just see the number of cleanup jobs that are happening. I'm assuming to a certain degree there's some... let's just free you. Alright. It's a bunch of these guys who are sort of running in... So I'm worried that some of this might be fake trash that's being generated. I'm also worried when I see these guys running in place, because it's... usually need to do something to dislodge them. Maybe what I'll do here, I'll say... Okay, I'm going to take the entire workforce. I'm going to say they are all about cleaning waste. That is all they're allowed to do. In fact, have more dedicated workers to this task than I actually have workers. It's that important. And then we're gonna cut out all those jobs. I'm kind of just interested in seeing how the AI responds to that, to see if they start dedicating them to interesting or more interesting work. Well, the number's going down, but they're not actually doing anything. They're now idle. I'm sure they will reset to something given enough time. Yeah, that number's slowly going down. Oh, but they're all going back to cleaning, and they're not going to the... Ah! They're not going to the factories where I need them. Is anybody actually working on construction now? Nope. Because I don't think the job exists. Oh boy. This might be a pickle. Okay, so we're back to the problem where construction's become an absorbing state. I have some ideas about that, though. Okay, so... Got 1, 2, 3... well, let's focus on jobs that I actually need. Fascinating. So I'm not... Okay, there we go. I was like, am I not allowed to construct buildings now? There 100% are mineral resources to be moving, so it's actually one thing I can set up right now. Okay. I see how I'm going to get this resolved. Just need to remind the game that some of this stuff exists. Hopefully going to deal with some of the phantom garbage. I guess I didn't assign anybody in that version of the save. Okay, so next up... Yeah, so like the distribution of work seems slightly more sane right now. I am, however, going to make another conversion center because it might be that I have a bunch of workers that are not actually going to get anything done now, which is a major drag and might be something that kills the playthrough, but hope springs eternal. So, question. Yes, there are workers who are dedicated to constructing a building. That is good. What I suspect is not true is the number of people working... Yeah. There's nobody working on these tiles anymore, which means they either think that somebody's already working it, or... So I wonder if I just dismantle these. I definitely have... Okay. This is going to be a very... Oh, this is going to suck. Yeah, this is going to suck for cleanup. but I still want to give this a try. Oh, that's not good. So I just want to switch to my task manager and see if anything scary is happening. Okay, I can't see my task manager, but I see a big red note on utilization. Crumbs. How do I turn you off? Can I Alt F4? Okay, so basically there is a memory leak in this game still. And I didn't think of it at the time. So the problem is I'm just trying to think of a way that I can get the task oh, hang on. Maybe that'll work. Oh, come on. Does anybody happen to know? I'm probably still able to read chat. So does anybody have a really good idea of how to get the task manager on my second monitor? Because basically I either need to reset the stream, or I need to reset, reset my computer, i.e. reset the stream. Oh god, now I've lost OBS. Oh no. Oh, hang on, this might, nope. Oh! Yeah, I've lost OBS now. It's a bold move to hit enter on a random entry on Task Manager. Huh. Mysteries of Titan sure does love the spotlight. I was hoping I could like gracefully end the stream, but I might be... forced to just do a hard reset and hope that that doesn't mess with stuff too much. I do want to find someone to host though, and I don't have my mobile. How do I do this elegantly? I'm really sorry about this, folks. I need to... Oh, hello. I think Titan just crashed. All right, I'm really sorry about that. Alt space M to move a window and then arrow key. Okay, sorry about that, Aperture Science. I had my window had gotten covered. Okay, tell you what, I do need to wrap up, but I am going to do one more quick thing. Let's reload the game, see where it's at, and see if that has fixed any of our problems. I don't see how a memory leak would be related to the worker behavior, but let's take a look. And this is a known thing. So if you look at the roadmap, the next sort of set of updates are going to be sort of performance of optimization and quality of life updates. Most of the stuff I've run into is in fact something that they've talked about being addressed in the next update. So I am eager for that update to say the least. But let's see where we're at. Okay, so we've got people building things. Let's jump in. They are not destroying. Okay, so I'm going to break these employee modules. Oh, but is somebody actually going to work that job? Probably not. So, oh, I might have messed up. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, there's 2 dismantled jobs. Okay. So anything that doesn't have a person working it is going to get dismantled, and then I'm going to rebuild them. And hopefully that's going to mean that, at the very least, whoever's working that job is going to fill it. I don't know why I didn't delete that one. Our construct... Okay, construct device jobs are showing up. I'll do the same with the mineral jobs. So the worry here is the ones that are in waste are also going to need to be cleaned up. Okay. Yeah, there's still dismantle jobs going on. It is a little odd to see 6 idle employees. Well, the smokestack's empty right now. I don't actually want to have that many people working on the... Okay, this looks like... I mean, I don't know what stuff I'm messing with in the background by doing this, but it feels like... No, but that one's not filled. I might be imagining things after all. Well, we'll give it a shot. At this point, basically anything I can do to try and knock the game out of the silly state that it's currently in, I figure is worth a try. I suspect some of it is related. Okay. How do I convince you that you actually have a job that you can do? I can mess around with the dedicated jobs. Okay, well, eventually we're going to have to let these... That's not encouraging. Let's say everybody, all hands on deck on trash cleanup. Oh, wait, the construct building crew just vanished. All right, that guy's still working away. So once more, conversion center. So yeah, whenever I see little blinks like this, it makes me think that there's something wrong. Although it looks like the clean waste brigade has kind of calmed down a little bit. Okay, so I want to see what happens. I'm assuming this guy is not going to jump into the module, given that they're a dedicated device constructor. Yeah. All right, that's a little discouraging. So if I just cancel that overall, I wonder if that changes any of the behavior. And again, I sort of know I've got the save from before all this weirdness happened, sort of preserved in amber. So if nothing else, if we can just get more people working in slots than they were before, that's already an improvement. Now, what I do want to see here, right now, we've got 2 construct device jobs. Oops. Okay, so 11 construct device. Okay, so it looks like they're managing on their own. Now it says that the construct building job has disappeared, but they haven't actually started construction yet. And then all the construct device... Man, something really weird is happening here. So if I just leave them on their own... Okay, so that job shows up. I'm going to spike these other ones just to see what happens. I think I'm probably going to go back to the old save file. What I think I'm going to try, especially because this probably isn't fun to watch on stream, what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to maybe tinker around with this from the different saves that I have and see if, one, I can save the base, and then number 2, if I can get myself out of this little pickle. Because the fact of the matter is like the way that the workers are behaving right now, that's not going to be helpful. And if this is going to be what it takes to, you know, to win, I'd be willing to just start over again. But I think I have kind of worn out my welcome. So, I mean, overall, I'm actually kind of encouraged about where we left this. So other than the bugs, I'm going to assume that this is a bug. You know, we are actually at a spot where the base is really doing what it's supposed to. So I want to do as much as I can to preserve this save file and see what's going on with my people. I will confess, so like I'm sympathetic to the view that you know, it's better to just sort of do one big bug pass and, you know, keep adding features. I think it's at the point here, given the fact that I've kind of had to abandon a couple of saves now, I think the decision to go to more quality of life stuff for a couple of updates is probably right, because I have a feeling that I'm not really going to be able to give feedback in terms of, you know, whether or not the balance of credits to workers is really working if I'm sort of running into the situation where I can't rely on my workers to do what I'm telling them. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time to sit and see if I can fix this this save. I have every intention to keep streaming Industries of Titan. Like, unless the game becomes unplayable for me, I'll keep going with it. I think I might hit a point where if this particular update, if I run into another spot where I don't feel like I'm able to continue, I might put it on the shelf for a little while so that I can, I can cover something else. And then when a new update comes by, I'll come back to it. But I mean, there's a couple of other things that I can try out, right? There is, there's I can try the experimental branch. I can try, that idea of making a preserved save. But I'm a little bit worried about the fact that I haven't been able to take out a I haven't been able to take out a rebel base on this one here. So my apologies for those of you who are kind of waiting around for something big to happen. That's, you know, part of doing early access stuff. I'm still very enthusiastic about the game, but I think the time has come to send it off to somebody else's place. So let's see who is live. Not too many people. Let's see here. Nobody's playing Industries of Titan, which is a shame. But Night Valian, who we were talking about a little bit before, is currently doing Yakuza 5 Remastered. So I will leave you in his capable hands. He's, has a quiet voice. Tends to stream a little bit later than me, so I think for those of you who are still wanting to make your evening go out a little bit later, or perhaps some of you who are located in different continents or different countries, and whose time zones aren't quite fitting, I feel like he's somebody who's reasonably good hands to leave you in. For those of you who like my stuff, on Friday we will be doing more Hollow Knight. I feel like I'm making some pretty reasonable progress in that game, so we're getting closer to the end, but I don't think I'll finish it in the next couple of weeks. For those of you who like Brace Yourself stuff, on Monday I'm going to be playing Phantom Brigade. I'm really, really enjoying that game. And then Tuesday I'll have a pre-recorded episode of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion now. And next week, I'm definitely, regardless of whatever I said before, I am definitely willing to give Industries of Titan a few more shots. And of course, there'll probably be a new update reasonably soon, at which point I will, we'll be able to pick up from where things were left off. But whenever you stop by, thank you very much for watching. Do treat Night Valian well, and I will see you in a couple of days or in a couple of weeks.